Sorry for that slight delay, but good afternoon and welcome to the Vancouver City Council reconvening special council meeting of Thursday, November the 13th, 2025. This special council meeting was called under sections 2.5B and 14.5 of the procedure bylaw for the purpose of hearing presentations for and speakers to the draft 2026 budget. This special council meeting is being held in person and by electronic means. Council members and the public may participate by either method. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I'd like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. Sorry, and I'll slow this down a little bit. If the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber. Please use the stairs, do not use the elevator. If you require accessibility assistance, please remain at your location and wait for a security team member to guide you to a safe location. I'd also like to highlight the fact that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside the council chamber. Any council members joining electronically are reminded to enable video to confirm quorum. This meeting is being live streamed on the city's website and YouTube, and meeting progress will be updated regularly on X at Van City Clerk. I would like to acknowledge that we're hosting today's meeting on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and I do want to thank them for their generosity, their hospitality, and the loving care they show this great land that we get to live, work, and play on. I also want to recognize the immense contributions of our teammates throughout the city of Vancouver who work incredibly hard every single day to make this city a better place for all of us. So with that, can we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair, Councillor Kirbion, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Fry has a leave of absence for civic business all day. Councillor Montague,
Present.
Councillor Klassen has a leave of absence for civic business from 12:30 till 5 p.m. Councillor Meisner, Councillor Zhou,
Present.
Councillor Orr, and Councillor Moloney. You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. So the plan for today, continuing hearing from speakers on the 2026 capital and operating budget, starting with speaker number 270. Recess at 5 p.m. as we have a public hearing starting at 6 p.m. If an additional day is required, we will reconvene this meeting on Tuesday, November the 18th at 3 p.m. I would like to note that sign language interpretation is available for today's meeting. Speakers are asked to monitor the live stream on YouTube and Slick and to follow updates on X for timing information so you'll know when your speaker number is approaching. Team members will make every effort to provide approximately 20 minutes advance notice by email when your speaking turn is nearing. If you do miss your turn, please note that once the full speaker list has been called, the chair will return to those who were missed and provide a second and last opportunity for registered speakers to speak. Thank you for your patience and cooperation as we work to accommodate as many speakers as possible. So, reports. Number 1, the 2026 capital and operating budget. We're now going to continue to hear from registered speakers. Before we hear from registered speakers, I would like to remind council and members of the public that individual speakers may only speak for up to 3 minutes. Those speaking on behalf of 4 or more persons or groups, including the speaker, will have 5 minutes to speak, and only if those people or those represented are also on the line or in person and must not be individual speakers themselves. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not so noted on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list, we will go back through the list for those who were not present when their name was initially called. I want to remind council, speakers, and observers to be respectful as we hear comments on the budget item. Members of the public are expected to not engage in improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred or are defamatory. The creation of a safe and inclusive environment for the public, team members, and council is to participate is all of our responsibility. And I do want to sort of bring attention to that. One of the great things we get to do in this chamber is we get to hear diverse views. That definitely does make our process stronger. But there will be zero tolerance for any kind of defamatory or hateful or hurtful speech. We did have a couple incidents yesterday. And I will be very clear, it's within my right as chair to, if I hear that, I will not give any warnings. I will cut that person off, and they will lose their opportunity to speak and address this chamber. And so please keep it friendly. Don't hold back with your opinions or views, but we will create a respectful environment for everyone to have their voice here. So with that, we're now going to continue with speaker number 270, Jasveer Mann. Please go ahead.
Speaker 270 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 271, Nadine Blaze.
Thank you. My name is Nadine. I'm 26 years old. I was born and raised in Vancouver. I moved to Montreal, and then I returned to the city last year. I'd like to thank city staff and the council for the work that they've done on this budget, but I am here today to proudly, wholeheartedly, and strongly oppose it. Since I am in the opportune position of starting us off today, I'd like to highlight two prevailing themes that have emerged so far, and also let the council know what to expect today. The first theme I'd like to highlight is this shared sense of responsibility for our fellow citizen. We have had multiple people across demographic lines and income brackets, renters and homeowners, all come before this council and say, tax me more if it means we all get to live in a better Vancouver. You will hear this again today. The second theme is the disregard for public feedback and subsequent gross misunderstanding of prioritization. Many speakers so far have cited statistics, academic studies, or my favorite, the survey that you conducted and are now ignoring. You will hear this again today. Pay attention to both these themes because they will come up again and again as we get through the rest of these 300 speakers. I'll also add a point of my own that I believe has not been spoken to enough. Vancouver has entered an era of unprecedented growth and expansion. Between the Oak Ridge Plan, the Broadway Plan, the SkyTrain extension, condo towers that seem to pop up like daisies everywhere you look. No matter how you cut it, the built environment of this city is irrevocably and profoundly changing. The city swells with the congestion of a population level it does not have the mobility infrastructure to support. And every year, climate change finds new, devastatingly creative ways to threaten our city and the people who live here. All this, and this council wants to cut planning, urban design, and sustainability by 14%. The biggest loser of this budget, the biggest percent reduction of this budget is planning, urban design, and sustainability. And I implore everyone here to understand the long-standing consequences of a decision like this. All this from a mayor who, in 2023, vowed to bring swagger back to the city of Vancouver, and today is proposing to increase special event permits from $100 up to $2,500. Perhaps we have different understandings of what swagger means, but I'm fairly certain that this is not how you achieve it. I'll leave you with this. Me, now, age 26, with a degree from McGill University and a comfortable white-collar job, I do not need a tax break. But my immigrant single dad, who worked to the bone to pay rent on the tiny apartment in East Van where I grew up, he did. He did, and people like him today still do. And I refuse to pull that ladder up behind me. It has been an honor to speak to be a part of the People's Filibuster and to speak in opposition of this budget today. I'd like to end with the words of Speaker 47, Margaret Nan Gregory. She said, "There's room and wealth enough for us all to live decent lives here in Vancouver if you on council have the will to make it possible for all." Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 272, Lloyd Lyson.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, Mayor Sim and councillors. My name is Lloyd Lyson, long-term Vancouver resident who supports the budget. Vancouver's past budgets outstripped population growth and inflation while core services suffered. Property taxes surged under all mayors since Larry Campbell. Single-family homes up 164%. Condos up 87%. Staff headcount up 4,500 or up 65%. Budget 2026 is our chance to rationalize resources, goals, effectiveness, and efficiencies, prioritizing in a world of limited means. Blunt cuts hurt more than help. Hiking taxes on struggling families while gutting services. Surgical cuts and best practices achieve more. Let's approach this with fresh eyes. 5 areas for council to review. Mission creep. Overreaching the provincial and federal roles diverts resources from core services. Example, Vancouver's aggressive climate change targets exceed provincial and federal ambitions without constitutional authority. 2, permanent big-ticket spending. If non-core spending fails outcomes, stop it. Seek alternatives. Example, 800 full-time equivalents added for health harm reduction, yet the crisis persists. Courageously tackle drug addiction via involuntary rehab, restoring lives, purpose, and health for those unable to decide. It's compassionate action, not wasteful Band-Aids. Number 3, symbolic gestures over effective policy. Resources are being diverted from real leadership. Example, 100 staff in Indigenous relations and social planners. Permanent costs without clear need for standalone departments. As a person of color who advanced via meritocracy, I oppose all discrimination, including reverse. If the private sector delivers fairness through culture, why not the city? Examine standalone DEI staffing and adjust. 4, cumbersome bureaucracy. It stifles agility. How to make Vancouver the world's most livable? Systematically roll out AI. Innovate. Simpler, faster, better, cheaper processes. NASA spent millions on a space pen. Russia used pencils. Lastly, bureaucratic expansion. It drives up costs, taxes, and housing unaffordability, causing brain drain. 1 in 2 young people are considering leaving. No parent wants kids forced out. It's time to rethink our city's direction. Is it a better future? We need a new path for Vancouver. Prioritize core services, leverage tech, partner with the province for change. Invest in livability, creative pet planning, open spaces, parks, recreation. These will be your legacy to future Vancouverites. Act now. Build a city for residents, not bureaucracy. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 273, Gurmeet Singh.
Speaker 273 is not on the line.
Speaker number 274, Devin O'Leary.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Great. My name is Devin O'Leary. I'm speaking on behalf of the Carnegie Housing Project, and we oppose this budget on terms of its opacity and the harms of this conservative austerity movement. I've lived and worked in the downtown east side for the last 4 years, and I've been part of the constant struggle to advocate for expanded community services and support that often feels like crumbs compared to the need that we see. I entered into the neighborhood in 2021, which was a unique time because the government's COVID-19 response allowed for a boost in capacity to address the many ongoing crises that people were experiencing. I was working for the downtown east side emergency response hub, where we busted our butts to use the opportunity to expand free food access, harm reduction programs, personal health support, and extreme weather response. This was also the year where we had the heat dome and hundreds of the heat-related deaths. And the city was actually one of the most helpful allies that year and in the following years, as a variety of teams, including the Sustainability and Climate group, worked together with us to distribute emergency cooling kits and bottled water. The community had a boost to connectivity and a growing economy of care, and year after year, the city's worked with us to collect data and make sure that those responses were improving and meeting people's needs. These community-focused and city-funded services were literal lifesavers, but also revealed the unmet need and opportunities for improvement. But since then, we've seen a switch from a compassionate government to one that is focused on cuts, penalties, and policing. COVID-era funding has evaporated in austerity budgets like this one, and the new federal budget are setting in while ordinary people feel fear and pressure of job cuts and an impending recession, an inflated cost of living, and also a homelessness crisis that feels like every level of government is abandoning. Everyone who's on the ground is fighting for these services. They're getting tired, they're burned out, and people are literally dying, and we're having a really hard time finding hope. But yeah, I just want to say that I am honored to speak in solidarity with this record-breaking number of people who are pouring their souls out to you to be responsible and accountable government. We really live in a city of parallel realities. You got people in the Vancouver Club signing multi-million-dollar deals, making bank off of real estate speculation and having backyard tennis courts, and then you got people sleeping on subway vents to stay warm and dying in SROs. So you really have a choice to signal that you want to make this a great city for everybody who lives here through these sorts of budgets, and I think it's really worth it. So please don't let this be your legacy and vote for something better for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 275, Jennifer P.
Hello. Good afternoon, Mayor Sim, and specifically ABC councilors. The rest of you are off the hook. My name is Jennifer. I'm born and raised in Vancouver. I'm a homeowner, and I live here with my husband and our 3-year-old daughter. In a leaked memo, this budget was described as getting back to basics. And I hope you understand, we are already at basic. We are below basic. Representatives and patrons from our parks, arts, community centers, and more have all told you that they are severely underfunded, except, to no surprise, the VPDs, who, as we heard yesterday, feel 110% supported. I was going to cite numbers about the harm this budget will cause, but we've heard plenty of data. Instead, I'd like the attention of the ABC councilors and ask you to actually listen to the public. We took your survey, and the majority said we supported a tax increase. Yet yesterday I heard, well, is the budget even representative of the whole city? So here we are, more than 600 people signed up to speak, a new municipal record, by the way. What's the excuse going to be this time? These speakers are all coordinated by opposition parties, or the public doesn't understand efficiency? If you're going with efficiency, that's a hard sell coming from the same council that approved a $1 million Vancouver sign to tell tourists they're in Vancouver. One of the most moving speakers I heard yesterday was Nan Gregory, an elderly homeowner from West Point Grey, who said, "Every year I get richer through no effort or merit of my own because the equity on my house increases." On paper, you would assume she'd be an ABC supporter, yet there she was to voice her moral outrage at this budget. That should be a red flag for you. This is my first time calling, as with many others, because we see how short-sighted this budget is. Do not dismiss us. The renters, homeowners, councils, unions, associations, the city's own park board. We are informed, we are engaged, and we are furious. It is my privilege to spend more to ensure our city has the services it needs. Services I may not even use, but mean the world to the people who rely on them. That's the agreement. We all chip in so everyone can thrive. So I ask all of you ABC councilors to honor your roles as public servants. Step up, show some leadership. Show us you're not just blindly voting along party lines. You are allowed to admit you can do better. The rest of us know that you can. Thank you, and shout out to the ALS interpreters. You are all doing amazing. You look gorgeous. And Mayor Sim, I heard that you called this a waste of time. Sir, it is your job to listen to us. Grow up.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 276, Dell Bering.
Speaker 276 is disconnected.
Okay. Speaker 277 has withdrawn. Speaker number 278, Tara Cheyenne Friedenberg.
Speaker 278 is not on the line.
Speaker 279, Candy Tladi?
Speaker 279 is not on the line.
Speaker 280, Aaron Bowden.
280 is not on the line.
Speaker 281 and 282 have withdrawn. Speaker 283, Jagtar Niger.
Speaker 283 is not on the line.
Speaker 284, Amelia Keenan. Amelia, can you hear us?
Speaker 284 is disconnected.
Okay. So Speaker 285, Yenhui Wang.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, please go ahead.
Yeah, My name is Ivy, and I'm the homeowner and the business owner in Vancouver. I'm here to express my strong support for budget. This budget strikes the right balance. It protects essential community service, park and recreation, libraries, community centers, road and sidewalk maintenance, and garbage pickup and public safety through the police and fire service. It also continue to invest in art, culture, and community grants that make Vancouver vibrant and inclusive. We are already seeing the positive sign. Criminal is declining, local businesses are recovering, and our neighborhoods are becoming cleaner and stronger. Those improvements reflect through for physical management and a clear commitment to the well-being of residents. At the time when governments everywhere are facing financial pressure, Vancouver is showing the leadership. The council is providing that that is possible to be both fiscally responsible and socially supportive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 286, Shin Tian.
Hi, my name is Alan. My Chinese name is Shin, and I'm here to express my strong support for this budget. It's in a time when affordability is one of the biggest challenge for Vancouver families and small business. It's encouraging to see our local government take a clear stance on fiscal responsibility, making thoughtful decisions that save taxpayers money while protecting the service that truly matter to residents. This budget reflects balance and responsibility. It strengthens our city's core functions, maintaining roads and sidewalks, supporting police and fire service, keeping our parks and community centers vibrant, and ensure the essential service like garbage collections efficient. So it's also safeguard funding for arts, culture, and community programs that bring people together and making Vancouver such a special place to live. So it's not all 600 people here to against the budget. So it's giving me the opportunity to express my appreciation for the current government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 287, Nigar Leach, and I hope I pronounced your name properly.
My name's Nairi. I'm a first-time caller into council and a lifelong Vancouver resident. I am a mom and an arts and culture worker. I am speaking in opposition to the proposed 2026 budget. Mayor and council, to quote the mayor-elect of New York City, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up. Turn the volume up on staff recommendations of a property tax 7% to maintain current services. Turn the volume up on the public budget feedback survey, a property tax increase to maintain services. Turn the volume up on the vast majority of speakers in opposition to this budget, from labor unions and small business and arts organizations to Westside homeowners. Turn the volume up on the most recent by-election results in which the vote total of the 3 ABC candidates combined was less than the vote totals of either Sean Orr or Lucy Maloney. This proposed budget will be felt most by the poor, the most vulnerable, and the working class. Turn the volume up. The city is not just for the rich. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 288, Galwant Beering. Galwant, are you on the line?
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hello. Hi. Hello, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to share that I oppose the draft budget. I've lived in Vancouver over 40 years and I own my own house. These blind cuts are tough, especially when we don't we don't know what will be cut, go up in cost, or be restructured, and want to ensure that the council commitments made are followed through. I worry about what will be cut and urge Council to continue funding the cultural redress work at the City for all harmed racialized communities. We know racialized communities are going to be hurt with these cuts. Especially, I want to highlight the South Asian cultural redress work, as I actively participated in the recent engagement that took place this year, where the city, including council, has made us many promises. This work is not just symbolic to the community, it is about truth, accountability, and rebuilding trust with a community that has faced generations of discrimination by the city. There were many laws, policies, and barriers that targeted South Asian residents, families, and workers in Vancouver for decades. That history is still not fully told, and the city needs to take accountability for its actions. The community has shown extraordinary commitment to this project. People have shared personal stories, family history, and collective trauma. Elders and descendants have opened up painful memories because they believed that the city was serious about moving towards a full apology with real actions behind it. An apology cannot happen without the work that comes first, without research, without community recommendations, and without change that the community can see. If the city backtracks, slows down, restructures, or cuts funding, it sends a message that the process doesn't matter and that the community's effort and trust were taken for granted, and that would cause real harm. History matters, but the follow-through matters as well. Continuing funding
And I'm
these
sorry,
important...
you're at time. I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you
Thank
as
you.
well. Cheers. Speaker number 289, Heather Redfern.
And is it just going to show or are you going to put... No, we're going to be covered.
Speaker 289 is not on the line.
Speaker 290, Afi Ibrahimi.
290 is not on the line.
Speaker 291, Elisa Gutierrez.
91 is not on the line.
Speaker 292, Tel Fleerackers.
292 is not on the line.
Speaker 293, Delvinder Biren.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi, Mayor and Council. How are you?
Pretty good. Who is this?
It's Delvinder Biren.
Hi, Delvinder. Please go ahead.
Hi. I just wanted to say hi, everyone. Thanks for letting me speak. I'm a resident and homeowner in Vancouver. I'm not here because of any political agenda or party. I'm here to speak up for the community. I oppose this proposed budget, and I'm really worried about the cuts being made right now, including the ones happening quietly by city management to save money that council might not even be fully aware of. We know a lot of decisions are happening behind closed doors, but some of the biggest impacts will hit cities, art, cultural, and community work. The parts that make Vancouver inclusive, connected, and caring, one thing I want to highlight is the city's own commitment to make a formal apology to South Asian communities for more than 125 years of discrimination. That's something you started. Many people from our community, elders, families, and young people have already shared their stories and family histories with you. That takes a lot of emotional labor and trust. We shouldn't have to come back and ask for this work to continue. We are promised research into decades of discrimination by the city and chance to bring forward our community recommendations for how Vancouver can do better today. Please don't let that get cut or pushed aside. I also want to note that your own budget surveys show that residents don't support these kinds of cuts. People value equity and cultural work. Please listen to the people you represent. A 0% tax freeze might sound good on paper, but it means cutting, reducing, or slowing down projects that build trust, inclusion. It's not a win for the city. Trust takes years to build and one decision to lose. Please make the right one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 294, Pav Garaya.
Speaker 294 is not on the line.
Speaker number 295, Haley Christie.
295 is not on the line.
Speaker 296, Gavin Shima.
96 is not on the line.
Speaker 297, Kevin Raj Man.
297 is not on the line.
Speaker 298, Ev Daou.
98 is not.
Speaker 299, Caitlin Stockwell.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Caitlin Stockwell. I'm an Indigenous rights lawyer with a background in climate policy. I'm a Strathcona resident, and I'm very lucky to be a homeowner in this city that I love. I'm speaking in opposition to the 2026 budget because it proposes cuts to vital aspects of what makes Vancouver a great place to live. It ignores the voices of Vancouverites who have told Council they choose to invest in this city and its residents, and because true to its tagline, it provides zero information and zero strategy to truly address affordability for those who are struggling most. The budget promises a 0% property tax increase while, quote unquote, maintaining the services people count on most. But as you've heard from hundreds of speakers, the budget is out of touch with what Vancouverites are actually counting on. We count on our arts and culture to reflect and connect our diverse communities that keep our city vibrant. We count on our community centers and parks as points of connection and as our shared backyards. And we count on Vancouver to continue its leadership on sustainability, on climate action, and resilience. I refuse to believe that this budget reflects the values of the majority of this council, and I implore you to amend it to invest in this city that we all love. So I have to ask, who is this budget for? This budget most affects residents that are least affected by the affordability crisis. And as you've heard from many speakers in the city's own survey, property owners in Vancouver understand they need to invest in a city that works for everyone, particularly when the property tax rate remains one of the highest in North America. In Vancouver, we take care of each other. We don't cut services that disproportionately impact residents that rely on city services the most. We all lose when we close doors on our neighbors and fail to invest in our shared future. Turning to transparency, residents are having to piece together from leaked memos, scattered news stories, and separate staff reports exactly what might be on the chopping block. We're hearing about cuts to the Sustainability Office, about over 400 city jobs at risk, and about disproportionate cuts to our parks and recreation, none of which are mentioned in detail in the draft budget. Without detailed public information about what you're cutting, it's irresponsible for anyone to be supporting this budget that sets the course for the future of our city. This is a rushed election slogan budget, and I question whether the majority of councillors have actually had effective input in this process. Did this council really direct staff to take out baby-changing tables and menstrual products in community centres and parks to fund a tax cut for Vancouver property owners? Please vote against this slogan-based budget and come back to Vancouverites with an actual plan to invest in its people and in a city all of us can proudly call home.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. Speaker number 300, Sam Zimmerman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great. Hi, my name's Sam. I live in Vancouver. I'm here today to speak to City Council in strong opposition to the proposed 2026 budget. On October 8th, Council passed a motion to not increase property taxes in the name of affordability while maintaining community services. But the budget proposed does not meet either of those named values, and frankly, it's a slap in the face of both affordability and community services. The budget puts out this narrative that we don't have enough money to increase library hours to 7 days a week, or to not cut staffing for community programs like arts, homeless services, and sustainability. But it's very clear that money and affordability is not the issue at hand when the police budget received a proposed $46 million increase, which more than half of the entire library budget and more than the entire budget for arts and community services. These programs are not the cause of unaffordability when they total less than 5% of the entire city budget. These pitted homeowners against library users when the real issue is not affordability nor community services, but the real issue is overspending on the police budget. Yesterday, the police chief constable stated that they feel, and I quote, 110% supported by the proposed budget, a statement that speaks very clearly to overfunding and inefficiency. In an attempt to provide constructive feedback, I propose the following. As council truly cares about affordability in community services, we could apply a 0% increase to the police budget, so not increasing the police budget, and then use $46 million in savings to cover the cuts to community-based services and reduce our needed savings by a third, and a win for both community services and affordability. This is what I consider a minimum change to the budget that would be consistent with its stated values. But if we wanted to address affordability even more, we could reduce police funding and expand homelessness services and sustainability initiatives, since it's cheaper in the long run to provide social housing and reduce carbon emissions than to pay for the policing of our unhoused neighbors and the impact of climate catastrophes. The current budget, as is inconsistent with its stated values. It recklessly endangers the lives of Vancouverites to police cause violence, climate crises, and widening social inequity, and I urge you to revise its direction. Thank you all for listening. I choose to trust that Council will listen to the public and change the budget direction accordingly.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 301, Chanel Bode.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
My name is Chanel Bodie. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a resident of so-called Vancouver, homeowner and taxpayer, and I oppose the 2026 proposed budget. I want to thank my fellow Vancouverites who have spoken out and continue to speak out in opposition to this alleged budget, if you can even call something without any definitive line items a budget. You give me hope for this city I so love, and when our civic leadership would betray us, you show up. To quote the city's proposed budget, page 19, residents and business owners participated in the city's annual budget survey. Of the options presented for a property tax increase, the most preferred was a 5% property tax increase that would maintain the current level of services. On October 8th, 2025, Council passed a motion directing staff to put forward a 2026 budget with a 0% property tax increase. So to summarize, surveyed residents and businesses were amenable to a property tax increase of up to 5%, myself very much included, in order to continue funding our current level of civic services, and you said, nah, let's make ourselves look good by giving a 0% property tax increase and hope that no one notices the major cuts we'll have to make to deliver on that very unasked-for promise. One of the pillars of what makes Vancouver beautiful and attractive as a place to live is our commitment to sustainability and the environment. We live in one of the most beautiful cities in the world, but instead, you want to axe sustainability funding, something we should be global leaders in. And our arts and culture, a network of incredible events that makes the city rich and unique and beautiful through celebrating our various cultures and artistic festivals. I mean, can you imagine a Vancouver without Car-Free Days, or Culture Crawl, or VIF, or Mural Fest? Oh wait, we lost Mural Fest just this past year after the city stopped their financial support for it in 2023. People make remarks about no fun Vancouver, but what do you think a Vancouver with decreased arts and culture and urban design and sustainability spending is going to look like? Couple that with an increase in police spending, and what do you think that Vancouver is realistically going to look like? This alleged budget is a joke and a farce. Ken Sim and ABC council members, I hope you have the days you deserve. Come election time, they'll be numbered. Ken Sim, you said that this was a waste of your time. You started this waste of time by putting forth such a joke of a budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Speaker number 302, Tianci Chow.
Speaker 302 is not on the line.
Speaker 303, Jackson Talkman. Jason Talkman.
Speaker 303 is not on the line.
Speaker 304, Morgan Johnston.
304 is not on the line.
Speaker 305, Gurman Bopari.
305 is not on the line.
Speaker 306, Jean Swanson.
I'm here.
Hi, Jean. Please go ahead.
Okay, Jean Swanson, Vancouver residents, oppose this report that's not a real budget. I'm speaking as a former city councilor who felt responsible to make accountable, fiscally responsible and transparent decisions. The details of this $2.4 billion budget take up barely half of page 7 in the appendix. Your budget last year listed what spending would be and what the increases and decreases would be. For example, last year, ACCS, which has lots of departments, homeless services, culture, community grants, non-market housing, ACCS took up 14 pages. This year, ACCS takes up literally one line on page 6 and doesn't even mention the subdepartments. We know that you want to cut $6.6 million from ACCS. We don't have a clue from reading this if that's deleting the staff who connect homeless folks with scarce housing or reducing grants to desperately needed community centers. Engineering reduced by almost $1 million. Does this mean people with disabilities have to wait more years for curb cuts? What happened to the library motion to restore hours that were cut last year? Or cuts to park and rec? Will low-income people be able to have a leisure pass and use pools and rinks like wealthier folks do? We don't have a clue from looking at this. Will the city's tree planting program be history and Vancouver barrels along creating climate catastrophe? These cuts seem to be hidden in a category called planning, urban design, and sustainability. Taking money out of council to support. Does this mean Vancouver councillors who are accountable to 6 to 10 times as many voters as provincial or federal reps who have 2 or more full-time staff get no staff help for the work serving over 600,000 residents? Also, we need adequate funding for the Vancouver food strategy and sustainable food systems. This isn't a budget. It's basically a notice that you're going to starve Vancouver residents of what they need and fund police to keep a lid on the outcome. But it is nice to have at least one level of government that listens to its citizens, so thank you to those of you who are doing that. Now, if you acted on what the citizens are saying and reject this proposed report, that would be the icing on the cake.
Great. Thank you, Jean. Speaker 307, Raj Singh Toor.
307 is not on the line.
Speaker 308.
Online.
Sorry,
Hello.
Raj?
Yeah, I'm online. Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, Mayor and Councillor. Thank you for giving me time to speak. My name is Raj Singh Toor. I'm a Vice President and Spokesperson, Descendants of the Kamagata Maori Society. I'm here to ask that the city make sure to continue to fund the South Asian cultural redress work. This work matters. It is not just a history lesson. It is about repairing real harm that the city once caused to South Asian community in Vancouver. On behalf of the Descendants of the Kamagata Maori Society request, which was written by me, the city took an important step by apologizing for its role in the Kamagata Maori incident 1914, also known as Guru Nanak Jahaj as well. That meant a lot to the community and future generations to help acknowledge past harms. There is still a lot more discriminations in the city history against South Asian community that the city needs to research and to apologize for. The city has publicly committed to apologizing in the future and to commit to changes based on what the community has asked for. For that promise to mean something, the work needs stable funding and its need to continue, not be cut or delayed. The community has shown up and invested their time, their knowledge, and their stories into this project during its recent engagement. Elders, young people, families, and the community groups have shared painful experience because they believe the city was serious about reconciliations and change. It would be very disappointing and harmful to pause this work now. This project helps us tell the truth about our past and it helps build trust for the future. I'm asking Council to honor the commitments you have already made, respect the work the community has given, and continue to fund the work with Southeastern community. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Dhanyavad. Speaker number 308, Melody Ma. Melody there?
Hello, I'm here. Hello?
Please go ahead.
Okay. I'm Melody Ma. I am speaking in rejection of the budget. Specifically, I want to zoom in on a specific cut that Armin Broilia mentioned around removing change tables and hygiene dispensers from public bathrooms. That's the wrong place to cut. If anything should be cut at all. This position is regressive, it's classist, it's racist. Are we removing soap dispensers and toilet paper and menstrual products and leaving people to have poor hygiene and E. coli and to literally bleed out in order to let homeowners keep a few dollars in their pocket? I mean, the people who rely on public bathrooms the most are folks who are low income, and when we're talking about high vandalism areas, we know that's code word for lower income, racialized neighborhoods. That means that if these cuts go through, some neighborhoods of the city will get these basic hygiene amenities and others won't. Change tables and menstrual product dispensers, soap dispensers, toilet paper aren't luxuries. They're everyday necessities for people who use bathrooms, which is all of us, caregivers, people who are menstruators. And if you cut these items, all of these folks would have to pick up the burden. I thought this council was going to expand bathroom access, not cut bathroom access. Public bathrooms are basic social infrastructure, and when you take away the essentials, you are essentially taking away people's dignity. So please reject this cut, and please reject this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 309, Davy Calderon. Is Davy there?
My name is Davey Calderon, and I'm the artistic producer and dramaturg of Playwrights Theater Center, a theater development company I co-lead with my colleagues. I will also speak to you from the perspective of a working artist struggling to live in unaffordable Vancouver. I'm opposed to your proposed cut of 12% to arts and culture portfolio for this upcoming budget. This cut will not only affect the livelihood of artists and arts and culture organizations, but it will also have lasting impacts on our city as a whole, and I believe it's unjustified. Many of us speaking today have already pointed out the majority of us are in favor of a property tax increase. An increase in the police, which is based on an unfounded inflationary increase, what is that? Those monies are essential to support our public services, which include arts and culture. Why is the council making proposals that are opposite to what we have asked for? Why? Arts and culture are a public service. It creates opportunities for people to connect and find community. It lifts uplifts people's cultural pride in their identities, supports our well-being, and inspires all of us. If we are experiencing an epidemic of isolation, numbness, and mental health struggles, arts and culture are part of the front line in supporting our community. I speak from experience. I've seen how arts and culture uplift and supports many of us, newcomers, IBPOC, racialized, two-spirit LGBTQ+, those who identify with disability, diasporic people, and anyone who has found solace in the arts or within their community. I urge Council to reverse these cuts and instead commit to sustained inflation index increases to arts and culture that allow the cultural sector to remain a cornerstone of civic life and economic resilience, along with our other wonderful public services. Right now, you're trying to serve the 10%. You are all elected to support all of us. Listen to your residents. Serve all of us, not just the ultra-privileged few. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor, thank you very much. If I can remind speakers to slow down their speech a bit, and if I find that you're speaking a little quickly, I will very respectfully pause your clock and I'll interject to slow it down. We do have sign interpretation and just want to give them the opportunity to make sure they capture everything you say. Okay, so with that, why don't we go to speaker number 310, Akshay Balakrishnan.
Yes, hello.
Akshay, please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Akshay Balakrishnan. I live in Vancouver. Making a budget is not an easy task. There are many factors that need to be accounted for and so many difficult choices that you need to be willing to make. While the numbers are fundamental to the very idea of a budget, what's most important is to have a clear vision of your priorities, the guiding star for those many, many decisions. For example, as a city, we like the feeling of living together in a vibrant community, immersed in a from everywhere that feels like a good priority to have, right? But we're allocating 12% less to the big line item, arts, culture, and community services, and a zero means zero to grants. As another example, as a city, we like the feeling of walking amongst our lush urban forests, perhaps around the seawall, secure in the knowledge that we're taking the climate, affordability, and housing crises seriously. But, there's no money for it. And so we're planning on allocating 14% less to planning, urban design, and sustainability, possibly scrapping the climate and sustainability department entirely. And, as a city, we like the feeling we get when the services we rely on daily to live meaningful, fulfilling lives work reliably and consistently, and when the people running those services are compensated fairly and feel supported in what they do. But, we, of course, are talking about the police department and nothing else. When making a budget, it is important to stay focused. We don't need to get sidetracked on why we anticipate a 23% dip in investment income, think too much about what an increase in bylaw fines would look like and feel like, pull over who exactly is going to be employed next year, or relitigate why the 0% property tax increase was necessary in the first place. No, we are here. We don't need to talk about why we're here. Some of us need to learn discipline and sacrifice some things, and we need a budget at the end of the day. If it's not clear yet, I am opposed to this proposed budget. I imagine that the council has tuned me out by this point. Eyes glassy, jaws set, prepared to white-knuckle through another 300 people or so waiting to take their turn. But I would like to leave with this. Abandon this play. Scrap the draft budget. Try it again from a position of someone who wants to live here and provide more details on everything, really, and including what it is that you would like to prioritize. We will hear you out. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Akshay. Speaker number 311 has withdrawn. Speaker 312, Xingli Ling.
Hello here, yeah.
Please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Shen Li, and I'm a residential developer here in Vancouver. Our company-owned 2 properties are going through the DP stage, and we work closely with the consultants, builders, and lenders to move housing projects forward. From a developer's point of view, I strongly support the 2026 budget, especially the 0% property tax increase. During any development stage, property taxes, DCCS, and bank interest are some of the biggest carrying costs we face. When that cost rise, that directly affects housing affordability and whether our project can move ahead. Keeping property tax flat gives developers and small businesses stability, which is important for planning and financing. It also sends a strong message that the city is staying disciplined and efficient, even in challenging times. I've also noted that rezoning DP and BP fees will rise about 3 to 5%, but in the past year, permit timeline have clearly improved. Faster approvals save real money and help deliver homes sooner, and I truly appreciate the city's effort here. I'd like to suggest that DCC and CAC payments can be deferred until project completion, which helps greatly with cash flow during construction. Overall, this budget strikes the right balance. It maintains city service which achieving balance through about 120 million in revenue opportunities and expenditure savings, not by cutting frontline service that families rely on, permits, fire, roads, and sidewalks, libraries, and community centers. In a time of high costs for residents and builders, this zero property tax increase budget is a smart and responsible choice. It builds confidence, supports housing supply, and keeps Vancouver moving in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Speaker 313, June Zhang.
(313) is not present.
Speaker 314, Mona Sun.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. My name is Mona Sun, and I am a resident of Vancouver. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today about the city's budget. First of all, I want to express my support for Mayor and his team for their efforts to improve efficiency, reduce waste, and work toward a 0% property tax increase next year. Affordability is one of the biggest concerns for families like mine right now. The cost of housing, groceries, and daily living keeps going up, and even a small property tax increase creates more pressure on residents, especially middle and lower income households. I understand that the city needs revenue to maintain or keep important public services, but I also believe the government should first look for ways to operate more efficiently before asking more money from the taxpayers, right?
Great, thank you.
Every dollar we contribute in property tax should be used wisely on essential and effective services that truly benefit residents. I appreciate that the city is trying to balance the budget without cutting core services, and I say it's a responsible and practical approach. The goal shouldn't just be collecting more money, but making sure existing resources are managed better. That's a real leadership and long-term thinking. I support the zero tax increase proposal for next year. I hope Council will listen to residents who are already feeling the strain of rising costs and continue finding smart, efficient ways to deliver services. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 315, excuse me, Jane Liu.
Hello. Hi there. Thank you to the City and Council for letting me speak today.
My name's Jane Liu. I'm a born and raised Vancouverite, lifelong renter, and I'm also a municipal worker for the City of New Westminster. I'm calling in today to oppose the city's 2026 budget. First of all, this is not really a budget. It is a massive dereliction of duty to put forth a budget that has no line-level information or dollar amounts. As a municipal worker, every single dollar in my department's budget must be accounted for with the dollar amount and line-level information, and if I neglected to provide this, I would likely be fired. Presenting a budget like this with no concrete information is either incompetent or outright malicious. Additionally, early this year, on February 5th, 2025, the mayor said the following in regards to the motion to audit nonprofit organizations in the downtown east side. Quote unquote, I think transparency is incredibly important. This is something that shouldn't be feared. We talk about transparency all the time. If we support transparency, we support it everywhere. You can't pick and choose. So why is there no transparency from the mayor and council regarding the 2026 budget if this is something that is claimed to be valued so heavily? I also wanted to speak in opposition specifically to the $120 million in cuts to public services, climate promises, and art services. Defunding public services such as libraries, community centers, homeless resources, and more will have the effect of creating more crime for a city that wants to reduce crime currently. If people have nowhere to go to use the computer, due to cut hours at libraries, spaces to go that don't involve money, that you don't have to pay for to sit there, we're going to see more people committing crimes just to survive, basically. So overfunding police is not going to actually reduce the crime. Funding our public services is what will reduce crime and make the city a better place for everybody, people struggling and people who are not struggling and just want to enjoy the beauty that our city has. As a citizen of Vancouver, the lack of oversight and the inflated budget of the police department is also extremely concerning to me and something that I think will be a big issue going forward in the 2026 election. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 316, Stephanie Smith.
$316 is not on the line.
Speaker number 317, Shangren Wu.
Speaker 317 is not on the line.
Speaker number 318, Vicky Wei.
318 is not on the line.
Speaker 319, Shen Yang.
Speaker 319 is not on the line.
Speaker 320, Kay Higgins.
Not here.
Or did you say not here or not clear?
They were to be here in person, but not here. No, not.
Thank you very much. Speaker 321, Zoe Moret.
$321 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 322, Lee, they, them.
Speaker 322 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 323, Rianne E.
Speaker 323 is not present.
324, Stephanie Isaac.
Hello?
Hi, please go ahead.
Hello?
Yep, please go ahead.
My name is Stephanie Isaac. I'm a renter and resident of East Vancouver, and I'm strongly opposed to this budget. Other speakers have already pointed to the budget's devastating erosion of social programs, the arts, its frankly nonsensical economics, and lack of detail. With respect, I provide more detailed line items for a $10,000 writing grant than ABC and Mayor Sim have provided for us in this budget. But I want to address those speaking in support of this budget. Your concerns seem twofold: affordability and taxes. Yes, Vancouver feels deeply unaffordable, but the largest recent tax increase was made almost entirely to expand the police budget. In a city where last year one officer made over $250,000 in overtime alone. Police respond to crime. They do not prevent it. Prevention comes from the social programs and community services this budget will drain. And despite that tax increase, Vancouver's property taxes remain among the lowest of any major Canadian city. I just listened to a landowner speaker complain about not being able to build their building, trying to point to the issue of housing. Are you building another house for yourself to live in? No, you want to make more money. And Ken Sim clearly wants to help you with that. To those supporting this budget, I ask you what exactly you're after. Taxes are how we support ourselves and our neighbors. If you don't want to contribute your fair share, please, maybe a move south is better aligned with your values. Mayor Sim, last night you were overheard calling yesterday's session what a colossal waste of time. ABC council members, please take note. Is that the kind of leadership you were promised, the kind that you will continue to support? But even if this budget passes, something important has already happened here. 600 people signed up to speak. It's unprecedented. Mayor Sim, look at the movement you've created. Many of these residents have never spoken at City Council before, myself included. Your budget, your lack of true leadership, your callous disregard for the working people of Vancouver pushed us into political action. It's shown us what it feels like to use our voices against poor governance and blatant deference to wealth and privilege. Imagine what all of us are going to do leading up to the next election. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Speaker number 325 has withdrawn. Speaker number 326, Rowan Rinaldi.
Hello?
Hi, Rowan, please go ahead.
Yes. Hi. Hello, Mayor and fellow councillors. My name is Rowan, and I am a resident of downtown Vancouver, a renter, and a VFX worker in the film industry, and I oppose this proposed budget. I do want to point out that that there is a lack of transparency in this budget. There is only 20 or so pages. Meanwhile, other budgets tend to have hundreds. So it feels that that we're missing information here, and there's an emphasis on kind of this notion of cutting the fat, which is mirroring kind of what's happening in the U.S. I'm a dual citizen, so I am very aware of what is going on there, and to see kind of a proposal of cut of services while funding the police a bit more is a bit concerning to me, since I don't think that cutting services that people rely on will benefit anyone. I do also want to stress that in the budget it was talked about that the Climate and Sustainability Department was intending to be cut a bit, or cut. I do want to point out how in 2021 the heat dome happened in all of BC as well as parts of America, and Vancouver alone had about over 400 deaths, as well as almost 600 died in the province. And that was when the department was funded, and they realized that they needed to do more to prevent these fellow deaths from happening. My own building installed a heat pump because it was too hot for me to live in my apartment, and they have gone through with doing that. So I think putting more money towards climate and sustainability is the right move. There shouldn't be cuts. Climate should be thought about more, and I know that there's been talks that it should be a provincial thing, but I think that cities should take their own steps to ensure that their own residents are safe. If there are no cooling centers, if there are no libraries that are open during another heat wave, then people are going to die, especially those who are poor or do not have adequate air conditioning in their units, or people who live on the street, as I said. I was only able to go to the library for cooling center, and if those hours are cut, then that's bad. And we know from climate data and just how the world turns that each year will prove more intense with the summers, more intense with the winters, perhaps. So the heat dome isn't just something that happens once in a lifetime. It's something that will happen.
And I'm sorry, we're
more
at time,
often.
Rowan. Thank you very
Yes.
much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Speaker number 327 has withdrawn. Speaker number 328, Jennifer Gao.
.328 is not on the line.
Speaker 329, Kathy Shimizu.
Hello?
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Kathy Shimizu, and I would like to begin by acknowledging that I live and work on the stolen and occupied traditional territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, and I'm grateful to them for being able to live on their lands. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I work in the downtown east side, and I strongly oppose this budget. I'm grateful to the many people who love Vancouver, who are so eloquently speaking out in opposition to this budget, and I hope that the Mayor and Council are really understanding the myriad of reasons why this budget should not pass. This budget fails to acknowledge the rising costs that nonprofits are facing like everyone else. It's not about inefficiencies, as some falsely and harmfully claim. It's about the fact that costs for everything from equipment to rental, to rent and to food and supplies are ever rising at rates often higher than the basic inflation rate. And many staff are underpaid, and at the same time, we donate an inordinate amount of volunteer unpaid hours while bringing this city joy and revenue, while building community, increasing public safety, and saving lives. Cuts will mean less of what we need. As many others have noted, this budget is inadequate because it lacks the line-by-line itemization that a proper budget should have. As someone who has spent a lot of time making detailed line-by-line budgets for a lot less money than is in the city budget because it was required by the city for funding, I think it's only fair that the residents of Vancouver are provided with a budget that fully informs them about what exactly their public dollars will be spent on. Staff has already told you that a 7% property tax increase is required to retain the much-needed social and general services, infrastructure, parks, arts and culture, and everything that our city and its residents need to thrive. Furthermore, it's short-sighted to propose a 0% property tax increase because you're just punting expenses down the road for things that will cost more later. And they will have to be paid for by younger generations, and that the cost of not meeting the immediate needs of the most vulnerable and failing to do our part to help address the housing, toxic drug supply, mental health, and climate change crises, to name a few. We're all human. We all make mistakes. But you have an opportunity to go back and fix this one. Please finish doing the work that you were elected to do. Please create a proper line-by-line budget. Raise property taxes by the 7% that staff told you is needed, and which I and many other speakers are telling you we want to pay in order to have the current city services and amenities for all. Please practice good governance that centers equity and listen to the public who are asking you to do this work. Any city councillor who votes to pass this budget is being reckless with the future of Vancouver and irresponsible to all of its residents. I hope you will take this opportunity to pause and do the right thing. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Speaker 330, Cheryl Grant.
.330 is not on the line.
331, Adrian Williams.
Hello?
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi there. I would just like to voice my opinion, which is just that I think we're giving the police too much money, and I think the zero property tax is pretty ridiculous. I think libraries, community centers, all of these things are just like what makes Vancouver like an amazing place to live, and just makes me really proud to be a citizen. I wish that there would be more forethought in this budget, and just like more signs that thought and care is being taken, especially regarding, as it's been said, the the polling that was done for what constituents would like to see in their city. It's really an opportunity to listen to the people here that are phoning, and I hope you will heed what's being said by everyone. The majority of people opposing this budget, I'm just calling to oppose this budget and hope to see some better changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 332, Parminder Jaswal.
(332) is not on the line.
Speaker 333, Jin Ying Gao.
333 is not on the line.
Speaker 334, Adam Hawk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Adam Hawk. I'm a Vancouver homeowner. I'm proud to be part of the 600-plus strong People's Filibuster today. I'm here to speak against the ABC's so-called zero means zero budget, an austerity plan that rewards the wealthy and punishes everyone else. Under this plan, only the police see an increase, while every other service is cut. This isn't financial responsibility, it's ideology. This budget claims to make Vancouver affordable, but in truth, it shifts costs onto those least able to pay through higher user fees and shrinking access to public spaces. In a city where rents are already crushing, our third spaces, parks, libraries, community centers, are essential. They're where community happens. Yet ABC's plans to cut $15 million from the park board, cutting the very spaces that keep this city livable, that means that fewer trees planted, less maintenance, slower repairs, and a serious blow to our urban tree canopies, our best defense against heat waves, flooding, and climate change. These cuts will hit hardest in the neighborhoods that already have the least green space. At the same time, just a few years ago, ABC refused hundreds of thousands of dollars in TransLink funding for a Broadway bike lane, a move that defies logic and good planning. Turning down that money will cause chaos around the new SkyTrain stations and rob us of safe, affordable transportation options in a part of the city bursting at the seams. Residents told you in the city's own tax survey they want services preserved. If that means a modest property tax increase, people understand that public services are what make Vancouver livable. As a homeowner, I'd gladly pay $12 more a month in property tax that meant protecting our parks, our trees, our public spaces. Instead, ABC is pushing a vision of Vancouver where the desperate are driven from public spaces only to be policed once they're on the street. A dystopian city run for wealthy property owners, not people. I urge Council to come back with a truly balanced budget, one that invests in park, culture, and equity, not just policing and political theater. Vancouver deserves better than ABC's unwanted austerity. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Speaker 335, Mary Beam.
Please, could you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Mary Beam, and I'm a senior living in the Grandview Woodland area for close to 10 years. Thank you for this opportunity. It's one I value highly, and I'm sorry that the mayor finds it a waste of time because to me it has been riveting. I'm opposed to this budget. I've heard the mayor and the ABC councilors talk about how there will be no cuts to most services and grants. But it would take a miracle for staff to actually implement this when there are no concrete plans to find efficiencies, when efficiencies have been sought with little success for many years. I find it hard to believe there will be no cuts when there are only vague plans for sponsorship and naming opportunities. I find it hard to believe there will be no cuts when there are plans to terminate the employment of at least 400 city staff. I find it hard to believe that there will be no cuts that affect the public when there is no provision for the collective bargaining in departments other than police and fire. And I find it hard to believe there will be no cuts when there's no provision for inflation. The only way to convince me that this budget is believable is to expand it to include a line-by-line detail on how these efficiencies and sponsorships and naming opportunities can actually be realized. I heard you ask if the police and firefighters felt supported by this council. I didn't hear you ask this of staff in any other department. Wouldn't it be lovely if all staff could answer in the affirmative? I didn't hear you ask if citizens felt supported, given that we can expect increased utility fees, increased user fees for the community centers and other services, and decreased maintenance for our public spaces, and the withdrawal of support for such vulnerable cities as the sex street workers and the homeless. The answer is clearly no. Trickle-down economics has never worked. Increasing the police budget does not help anyone except the police. What works is providing resources for the most vulnerable. The way to provide prosperity for people in general is to provide resources to those most in need and to prepare for climate emergencies. This budget is not good governance. But it's not too late to change direction. I beg you to please listen to the many voices that you've heard today and yesterday. You know this isn't right. Please vote against it. Please save our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 336, Philip Struthers.
.336 is not on the line.
You 337, Carissa Barton.
337 is not on the line.
338, Rihanna Fox.
Thank you. I'm an East Van mom, a homeowner, and an environmental scientist, and I'm opposed to this budget. First off, I want to congratulate you all on inspiring hundreds of people to show up to speak passionately about something as notoriously boring as a city budget. But I would like to get even nerdier and talk about survey design and data interpretation. I took a lot of statistics and research methods classes during my graduate studies, and while I won't claim that they were my favorite classes, I think it's still worth bringing that lens to this discussion. Because how we collect and interpret data matters for public trust and for good governance. Yesterday, Councillor Montague cast doubt on the results of the city's own budget survey, the one showing that residents supported higher property taxes, by suggesting that a subsequent Ipsos study showed the opposite. But I reviewed the relevant question in that survey, and it's clear that using that data to discredit the city's survey is misleading, and here's why. First off, the Ipsos question begins by saying that the city is working to limit property taxes. That framing right off the bat biases respondents before they even see the options. It signals that raising taxes isn't even on the table. Second, respondents in that survey were asked to choose their most and second most preferred options, not all acceptable ones. That structure hides people who might support a moderate property tax increase along with other measures. And finally, the question oversimplifies the problem because it doesn't ask residents whether they would accept a small tax increase to keep libraries open, maintain climate programs, or protect community services. And those are the real trade-offs that you're facing today. In other words, the Ipsos survey was not designed to measure support for tax increases. It was designed to measure priorities under a biased premise. So it's no surprise that the city in-house survey found that more Vancouverites would prefer modest tax increases over service cuts. That's not a contradiction, it's just what happens when you ask clear, neutral questions instead of loaded ones. I also want to point out how dangerous it is when elected officials undermine public faith in the city's own data collection. Some councillors here have spoken often about the importance of making decisions based on data, and I agree. These surveys are conducted by professionals using established best practices, and when council discredits their work, it sends the message that residents' voices only count if they match a certain political narrative. I know that budget debates are complex, emotional, and yes, sometimes boring, but Vancouverites deserve confidence that the information guiding these decisions is treated with honesty and respect. We've seen what happens when leaders take a page from Elon Musk's Doge playbook, deep cuts and mass layoffs in the name of efficiency, only to watch systems and public trust collapse. This budget risks doing the same to our city. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 339, Cheryl Noon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Cheryl Noon. I'm a homeowner, a teacher, and a mother in Vancouver. I have had the immense privilege to have been born here and live here through the majority of my life. First off, let me state that I oppose this proposed budget. Not only does it not meet the needs of the citizens, but the math doesn't add up. I have grade 2 students who know that you need to show your work more clearly than this government does. So much for that line by line. In this past year, my partner and I both became condo owners and new parents. This proposed budget directly hurts myself, my child, and the communities that we belong to. I have had the privilege of being able to access resources, programs, and supports through the libraries, parks, and community centers this past year that have directly impacted my ability to not be hit by postpartum depression. Statistics Canada reports that 23% of postpartum women in Canada will have feelings of depression and anxiety in the months following birth. The communities that I have been able to find as a new mother through our neighborhood programming at the library and community centers has had a lasting impact on my mental and physical health. Cutting or increasing the cost of these programs will increase maternal depression and further alienate and isolate women who need support. Women should not have to shoulder the burden once again. This budget is a direct attack on us and our children. Community centers should have the funding to provide the services and supports to help new families. I was always told it takes a village to raise a child, and this budget kills that village. Adding more financial burden onto those trying to access affordable programming for their children means many new parents will not be able to participate. While the lasting impacts of these cuts will be felt long after you are gone, they will change our city forever. Please increase my property taxes. Please fund these programs so our children can access safe spaces to play, make mistakes, and learn. When I completed the city survey in June, I clearly indicated that I supported an increase to my property taxes in order to fund these essential city services. I feel so unbelievably ignored, as do many others. Please make a budget that reflects what your constituents voted for. If I could have all of my property taxes go towards these services, I would. If I could opt out of the inflated police budget, I would. I want my money to increase the number of change tables in our communities and not decrease them in order to meet a bottom line. This budget exemplifies the hate you have for women and children. I want my money to support parks. I want my money where it will make a difference. When I completed the sign-up process to speak today, I was asked if I was representing more than myself, and I said I was not. But on further reflection, I am. I'm representing my son, my partner, and a whole host of mothers that I've had the opportunity to meet through the unparalleled
Thank you, and I'm
program.
sorry you're at time. Speaker number 340, Anna Parrish.
Hello?
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Anna Parrish, and I'm a renter in Vancouver. I work in community mental health, and I'm strongly opposed to this budget. In my work, I witness every single day how deeply city policy affects real lives. My clients living on PWD try to stretch every dollar, and people are doing their best just to stay housed, people who are already struggling to hold on. And this budget from the ABC government and Ken Sim will make their lives infinitely harder, not to mention every individual in Vancouver that is not a millionaire. These budget cuts essentially cut public services while handing $45 billion more to the police force, which tells us whose lives and needs this government values and whose it doesn't. Tax increases in Vancouver have predominantly come from increasing funding to police previously, considering, this move has contributed nothing to actually benefit the community. It really speaks to the values here. And what makes this decision even more disappointing is that Vancouverites spoke clearly in the budget feedback process. 42% of respondents supported a 5% increase in property taxes to maintain current service levels. And instead of listening, the ABC government has chosen to propose a budget that cuts back on vital services to balance the budget instead of increasing property tax, which is a simple solution. And this is not a simple topic, but these cuts include cutting housing support, community center services, community infrastructure, and the list goes on. So as someone who works in mental health, I can tell you that when we underfund housing, community supports, and basic services, we don't just create inconvenience, we create crisis, and the city is already in crisis. These cuts will mean even more people pushed into houselessness, more people in distress, and more people relying on emergency systems that are already stretched thin. It is short-sighted and deeply harmful So let's remember what's at stake. Vancouver has consistently been ranked among the most livable, highest quality of life cities in the world. People come here and stay here because of our quality of life. Our public spaces, our libraries, our parks, our community centers, and our social safety net. These are not luxuries, they are the foundations of a healthy, inclusive city. But under Ken Sim and the ABC government, that legacy is under threat. And clearly, Ken Sim believes that community health is a joke based on his private statement made about the council meeting being a waste of time.
Yep, sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off. These are defamatory comments, you know. Thank you very much. Okay, Speaker 341, Petra Bones Hartley.
Hi, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
My name is Bones Hartley. I am queer, an artist, and a previous resident of the so-called city of Vancouver, and I have many friends and family who are residents of Vancouver. I strongly oppose this budget because it is clearly undemocratic and does not consider the needs and concerns of hundreds of thousands of poor and working-class residents in this city. The Civic Survey for 2026 showed that majority of homeowners would approve and support a property tax increase in order to protect public services, and yet this budget proposes a tax break that will enrich Vancouver's ultra-wealthy at the cost of middle and working-class residents' public resources. With the implementation of this budget, user fees for libraries, community centers, and parking costs, among many other things, will rise. Budgets for climate change, affordable housing, and parks are slashed, all while the ultra-wealthy property developers and the VPD continue to receive payouts and tax cuts that benefit no one but themselves. The zero means zero tax break offers pennies to middle and working-class property owners while kneecapping services that save them hundreds. A smart and responsible government invests in its constituents, understanding that a healthy city is a wealthy city. My friends, kin, and neighbors in Vancouver deserve a budget that reflects the needs of all residents of the city, a budget that is clear and accountable to the people, and a budget that will lead to social development, not the development of our wealthiest citizens' personal goals and funds. I appeal to you now, Mayor and councillors, take a moment and contemplate your role in the great ecosystem that is Vancouver. Ask yourself, what drew you to the powerful position you hold today? An urge to create change? To help your neighbors? If so, why is this budget even being considered? You hold in your hands the power to make or break the futures of hundreds of thousands of people, people who trust you, the people who elected you. Your choice with this budget will reveal your true nature, whether you be honest and worthy representatives of the people or parasites draining the lifeblood of this city. Thank you.
Speaker number 342, Earl Peach. Yep, sir.
Yeah, can we, I know speakers are emotional about this topic and I appreciate hearing the sentiments. I'd like to hear the substance of their arguments as opposed to them calling councillors parasites and other things, because it really, I think, detracts from any substantive argument that they would like us to hear as councillors.
No, that's a great point. And sometimes I don't hear anything that's going on. And 99% of it, I did miss someone like the actual word parasite. I don't know if it was muffled or whatever. So if that was the case, I would have called it out. Okay. And a reminder once again to all the speakers out there, keep the comments clean. We will not tolerate words, tone, manner of speaking, or gestures that express a negative view of the character of any person or groups of people. Members of the public are expected to not engage in improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred or are defamatory. And I would actually ask all of the councillors, regardless of party, in this chamber, if they hear something like that, bring it up as well. Because it is hard to hear some of the speakers because sometimes it's muffled or there's background noise, and I don't personally pick up every single weird word clearly. So with that, we will go to speaker number 342, Earl Peach.
Speaker 342 is not on the line.
Thank you very much. Speaker 343, Ian Marcuse.
Hello.
All right, please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council.
My name is Ian Marcuse, and I am speaking on behalf of the Vancouver Food Justice Coalition, representing 50 local social service organizations, and more specifically on food systems. So we are opposed to this budget as presented and concerned that the significant cuts required will negatively impact the quality of services which strive to ensure equity and accessibility that build livable cities. Without a transparent budget and not knowing where these cuts will be made, this budget creates uncertainty for those of us delivering important services that support key city policies such as the Healthy City Strategy at a time of growing inequity, unaffordability, and job precarity. We are being told that there will be no increases to grants and to brace for possible cuts, even after years of saying these grants are not even keeping up with the cost of living and where food systems funding amounts to a mere 0.3% of the city's budget. Food systems grants were rolled back this year from a 3-year grant cycle to a 1-year grant in light of budget uncertainty. After years of advocating for greater granting stability, this reversal impacts our ability for long-term sustainable planning and program delivery. The budget proposes 12% cuts to arts, culture, and community services, but we have no idea where the cuts will fall. We are encouraged that ACCS has said there will be no cuts to social policy grants. However, those most vulnerable will still be most impacted, and nonprofits experiencing increased demand deserve, at a minimum, a modest increase to these grants so no one is left behind. Perhaps the 12% cut will come in the form of staff reductions, but we know that the 3 food planning staff positions currently are insufficient to address their workload. This includes, for example, staff's ability to coordinate communications between themselves and development to align and identify development projects that could strengthen food assets and other social infrastructure. The coalition submitted a budget brief last week. It is titled Advancing the Right to Food in Vancouver with Adequate Funding, and is a reminder to all levels of government your responsibility and legal duty to uphold the right to dignified food access as a basic human right. Declarations such as the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, to which Canada is a signatory, along with the Vancouver Food Strategy and the Local Parks Food Action Plan, provide strong frameworks to achieve this right. However, we are failing in this work without adequate funding. Last year, Council unanimously passed the motion Closing the Gap, investing in the City of Vancouver's food system to increase food access.
I apologize. We're at time.
I encourage you to honor this motion.
Clerk, thank you. Speaker 344, Molly Henderson. And by the way, before we get started, I'm just going to let everyone know I apologize. We have to cut people off right at 3 minutes. We do have quite a few speakers, and out of respect for everyone who's waiting, we will be cutting the mic at 3 minutes exactly. Thank you. Okay, speaker number 344, Molly Henderson.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Molly. I'm a renter and millennial resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking today in opposition of the proposed 2026 city budget. I obviously love Vancouver, but there is a weirdness to the city that I've been trying to put my finger on since I moved here 5 years ago. I think part of it is that I've always known I'm going to leave Vancouver. You can probably imagine why. It's because my partner and I want to own a home one day, and that just won't be possible for us in this city. Think about that. Years of terrible housing policy and rent hikes have created a literally unlivable city. Vancouver's health score is way off, and I see nothing in this budget that would improve it. Nothing for renters, nothing for working people, nothing for young people. I would remind you that young and working people curate a city's vibe, and maybe the fact that we can barely afford to live and have one foot out the door explains the fact that Vancouver's vibe has been on an exponential death spiral. And this budget, if it passes, spells the end of whatever vibe remains. This budget is so weird. Encouraging increased wealth inequality is weird. Increasing sidewalk and curbside patio fees and special event permit fees is weird. Allocating $500 million for the police department is weird, and more cops ripping around on 4x4s at Jericho Beach is weird. Also, more cops in the city means there's less money for well-maintained green spaces, events, outdoor patios, affordable housing, and all the things that attract young people to a city and make us want to stick around. Don't you guys want us to stick around? Don't you think that if we did, things might get a little less weird and a little more fun? This isn't a pipe dream. We can make Vancouver less weird by increasing taxes on the wealthiest people in the city, or at the very least, making homeowners pay an increased property tax, which they would happily do, as you've all heard over the last day from so many homeowners. Besides the direct tangible benefits this would have on critical services, I think reducing extreme wealth inequality would also, in the long run, breathe some much-needed life back into Vancouver. So I beg you, Council, don't pass this budget and make this city weirder. Make it affordable, make it equitable, make Vancouver cool again. Thank you for your time.
Good. Thank you very much. Speaker number 345, Iona Bonamis.
Hi, my name is Iona Bonami, and my Chinese name is Toasty Wing. I'm a resident and homeowner in Vancouver, working mom to 2 young kids, and co-chair of Women Transforming Cities. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed budget due to the lack of transparency of what will be cut and the profound impact that a cut of $120 million in services will have on our communities. As a former City of Vancouver employee, I can tell you there are hundreds of staff who don't directly work on frontline services, but they provide vital services to the residents of the city, and there are not pet projects. That includes staff who work on childcare, public washrooms, homelessness care services, fighting gender-based violence, road safety improvements, development permits and rezoning applications, and policies that help protect our residents from the impacts of climate change, all of which are so desperately needed in this city, and many of which will help improve public safety and have high social value. There is no way a cut of $120 million won't impact the reliability, quality, and accessibility of these services that make life more affordable, and reducing any of the services would be a major blow to the health of our city and residents. A 0% tax increase may save some residents, such as myself, a few dollars this year. But in the long run, we'll see higher social costs related to housing, healthcare, childcare, and climate impact if we don't invest in a healthy, inclusive, and resilient city now. I also want to touch on morale. As Councillor Klassen said yesterday, morale is the underpinning of any organization. I've reached out to a number of my former colleagues who work at the city to see how they're doing. They've informed me that the cut to staffing is creating a stressful work environment, and staff morale is at an all-time low, and they don't feel supported by this council. One person even said, and I quote, "It's a toxic work environment." How can you expect people to do good work when that's how they feel? Well, it might be just numbers to you. These are hundreds of real people and their families who are being affected, and tens of thousands more will be impacted due to the loss or reduction in services. And this just really breaks my heart. Even in the survey the city conducted showed that most residents and businesses are supportive of some increase in property tax. If you support a 0% increase, how can you claim to be a leader who listens to the people when you're completely ignoring the results of a survey that the city conducted? What was the point of doing the survey? I therefore implore you to refer this proposed budget back to staff and direct them to publish a line-by-line breakdown of all proposed cuts, as well as to protect services and programs that make our city more inclusive, affordable, and that prevent public safety and health issues from happening in the first place. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thanks, Iona. Before we carry on, I'm going to ask, we have a couple of folks switching in and out, so I'm going to ask the councillors online to have your video on so we can ensure we maintain quorum. That would be great. And we now move to speaker 346, Sharon Chalwa.
Speaking. Hello.
Yep, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Shireen Chawla, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking in opposition of the 2026 budget proposal recommendation. Also, speaking as a condo owner in Vancouver, I approve of an increase in property taxes, which keeps government-paid workers doing the vital work that they do. When you take money away from social services and housing, you create crime. You are proposing to give to the police a bigger budget where we feel as though crime's under control, even though it won't really help in that regard. It's the keeping of the social contract, which keeps desperation and illness at bay, and breaking the social contract makes police have to take on more band-aid cases. The social contract being housing, vocation, services rendered for all, for taxes paid. Put more money into low-income housing and services, house the homeless, and treat the addicted, and take the funds from us homeowners who want to give you more money to see a better city. It is proven that this will benefit us all in the end. People have dismissed the majority speaker's sentiment, calling it fear-mongering. This comes from a personal sense of fear on their part as they are living in an affordable city. I get it. However, speaking rationally and with long-sighted goals in mind, infrastructure protection, lowered insurance premiums, public health savings, job creation, attracting investment, access to national funds, and increased economic opportunities, improve financial standing. This is what comes from, through direct operational cost reductions, avoided damages and fall from extreme weather, and the creation of ways to invest in innovating climate science. If we move away from climate science, we're moving away from all these benefits. Vancouver has been leading the pack on climate and sustainability, and we should be furthering this department's actions, not regressing it by decades worth of progress in this field. This is a point in history when we should be looking to invest in climate science that continue to be leaders in this more and more vital field. Please vote no to this proposed budget, which focuses on short-term banded solutions and costs us long-term gain, as well as being undemocratic in its opacity. Thank you for your attention and thank you for your time. I would just like to mention that AI is also not a solution. I work in technology. We who use it know it's not there yet. Don't listen to people who are just not informed about what the issues really are. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sharon. Speaker 347, Vias Saran.
347 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 348, Tara Mahoney.
348 is not on the line.
Speaker 349, Jill McKenzie.
349 is not on the line.
Speaker 350, Two-Spirit Jimshian.
350 is not on the line.
Thank you. 351, Danielle Schroeder.
351 is not on the line.
352, Fiona Bowie.
Hello. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Fiona Bowie, artist and professor emerita, born and raised on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. I oppose this 0% draft. Pre-election, Mayor Sim promised his administration would go line by line through the city's budgets. Based on that, this is not a budget, but an opaque 25-page pitch. How will councillors be able to ethically vote on this without knowing details that have been omitted? Yesterday, the mayor assured us that amenities will be preserved, calling critiques from the public the result of misinformation, while at the same time leveling the two biggest cuts to the Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability Department and Arts and Culture. In a CBC interview, when asked about the cuts to the Sustainability Department, Sim stated, and I quote, "I think the bigger question is, if we're concerned about the environment and sustainability, is what outcomes are we getting? We are committed to making sure the outcomes are there. So you're asking me a question I can't answer right now just because it's up to the city manager." Fact. The city manager is now a former senior executive at Enbridge. Another key staffing decision by the mayor and ABC is the senior advisor in Mayor Sim's office, who is directly involved in discussions on the city's natural gas policy, while concurrently a director in two private natural gas companies. He's co-founder of Absolute Energy Incorporation, a natural gas supply management firm, and a director of another private company, Blue Stream. Given previous actions, I don't trust assurances by the mayor, given the last-minute motion of July 23, 2024, that had effectively rescinded previous progress toward the city's zero-emissions building plan. As a result of public outcry, in November 24, a vast majority of 143 speakers that addressed the council voiced concern. After the hearings, some of ABC's own councillors adapted their vote on building codes, citing that they had been misinformed before voting on the July 23rd motion. I witnessed this firsthand. Lastly, I would encourage the city to continue their support for fossil fuel-free investments in the City of Vancouver's investment portfolio. I would encourage all of us able to invest in progressive climate-saving actions, businesses, and investment opportunities that act for all of our citizens, future citizens, and our planet's health and future. Please, councillors, I implore you to enact a modest property tax increase and support climate change initiatives through the Sustainability Department and uphold community and cultural services
Thank you,
as they stand.
Thank you, Fiona. Speaker 353 is Marcus Peterson.
353 is not on the line.
Thank you. 354, Colin Miles. On the line? Oh, there you are, right in person. Broken that we switched it.
Here in council, thank you for asking me to speak. I acknowledge and appreciate your commitment to arts and culture and a flourishing democracy, because the arts are central to a functioning democracy. I'm Colin Miles, a resident of Vancouver for 56 years, retired regional director of the Canadian Music Centre. I thank you for awarding me the Mayor's Arts Award for Music in 2009. John Maynard Keynes distinguished primary, secondary, and tertiary wealth. Arts and culture are primary wealth creators. That is why Churchill took his advice in the Second World War to maintain arts funding. To his critics, Churchill relied, "What do you think we are fighting for?" I think of my mentor, Tumaver Moore, the great Canadian contributor to arts and culture. He went to Prince Edward Island when the school board proposed cutting English from the curriculum. They listened when he asked, "Don't you realize your economy is based on a novel?" And I think of the judge in Nanaimo who spoke to a committee about his experience because he was on the board of a concert band for some 3 decades. And all the time he was on the bench, he never saw a single member of that band appear in court in front of him. You know the figures, how government expenditure gives a 23-fold return on investment for every dollar granted. That means the $58 billion which the art sector has created in the Canadian economy have returned each Canadian $1,611. Arts and cultural workers make up 4% of the Canadian workforce. In BC, according to the Stats Can, before the pandemic, there are 88,000 people here in British Columbia with primary employment in arts and culture. That's more than fishing, agriculture, forestry, and mining combined. And they're mainly centered here in Vancouver. Vancouver appreciates a flourishing arts and culture environment, rich, diverse, and you know too from the writing of Richard Florida that innovators and highly qualified people are attracted to cities with flourishing arts and culture for themselves and their children. And visitors value arts and culture. My wife was a part of the Vancouver Tourism Project launched by the City of Vancouver, which found that visitors are not drawn to Vancouver for arts and culture, but when they discover the rich and diverse scene here, they appreciate it and usually extend their visits. Arts and culture feed our souls. They foster healing, meaning, and belonging, and are central to a functioning democracy. I've seen with my own eyes how art therapy can heal psychiatric pains. I've seen with my own eyes how music therapy can bring joy, comfort, and consolation to those in seniors' homes and hospices. And I think of all the other ways that the arts have helped to bring healing and meaning. I think of the opera Missing, created by City Opera, with lots of consultation with the families of missing and murdered women in Vancouver.
Thank you for.
They felt that really helped.
Colin.
They really appreciated it. They felt they'd been listened to, and art was actually transforming that.
Thank you, Colin.
Not only that, it resurrected
I
a
appreciate
nearly
that,
extinct
Colin.
language.
We are over time, but thank you very much for speaking. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Speaker 356, Sandra Ho.
Blair, Kirby Young, Mayor and Council. My name is Sandra Ho and I live in Vancouver. It is my pleasure to be one of the handful of speakers here in strong support of the 2026 budget, a budget that does not raise property taxes for Vancouverites. And I am likely speaking on behalf of the majority of residents who wouldn't register to call in, but who feel the same way as many feel they'd want a safe, affordable, and accountable city government. Right now, people are feeling the pinch. Families, seniors, small businesses, everyone's stretched thin. The last thing they need is another tax hike. This budget delivers relief, not more burden. And let's set the record straight. Staff confirmed yesterday that there will be no cuts to frontline or essential services, including libraries, and no cuts to community program grants. That's responsible governance. But here's the thing that I thought was interesting from yesterday's meeting. The city's survey doesn't tell the full story. Most responses came in English, yet we know Vancouver is one of the most diverse cities in Canada. That means thousands of voices, people whose first language isn't English, aren't reflected in those results. We need to listen to everyone, not just a small segment. And I have to say, it's deeply troubling to see that COPE rallied their supporters to flood the public hearing, effectively stacking the speakers list. That skews the process and doesn't reflect the majority of Vancouver residents, no matter how it's spun.
Speaker.
This budget delivers
Speaker.
what people actually want.
Speaker, I have a request if you can just focus your comments on the substance of the budget, please.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
This budget delivers what people actually want, a safe city, efficient services, and a government that lives within its means. It fully funds the Vancouver Police Department because people deserve to feel safe walking in their neighborhoods and running their businesses. It also funds $120 million in savings and efficiencies, showing that government can tighten its belt. Frankly, there's been too much bloat in the city's bureaucracy, and those cuts should have happened years ago. I believe in a balanced budget, an efficient and effective city, and appreciate the greater effort in keeping taxes the same with zero increase. This is the kind of budgeting Vancouver needs, safe, affordable, and accountable. Thank you, and I hope you vote yes.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking. And I will note that we've had one reference, I think, to COPE flooding speakers, and we had a point of order. We've had hundreds to ABC, so hopefully councillors can call points of order to ensure that we don't have those references for everyone. Speaker 357 is Sarah Slack.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Slack. I'm a resident of East Vancouver, and I strongly oppose this draft 2026 budget. I support a property tax increase in order to maintain public services. However, I strongly oppose the exorbitant increases to the police budget, especially when it comes at the expense of the kinds of community building and mutual aid efforts that help prevent crime and keep us truly safe. Axing climate and sustainability initiatives and staff would be so short-sighted and will result in further deaths and harm due to the flood's extreme heat and fire risk that will only increase in the near future. I was so proud to stand in historically long lines in the recent by-election. I am also so proud to be one of the people who is speaking today in this historic citizens' filibuster of a budget that the vast majority of people in Vancouver do not support. I'm so grateful for the right to speak to you. It is well worth my time and yours. Until all my neighbors are housed and not hungry, I would not claim our city is a paradise. But Vancouver has the potential to be a city that works for all of us and is not just a playground for the wealthy. Here's how. You have heard most people say that we all want to pay a little more to support public services, parks, community centers, libraries, childcare, changing tables, arts initiatives, food security programs, community gardens, and climate change mitigation projects. Councillors and Mayor, your responsibility and legal duty is to listen to all of these comments with an open mind. You have an opportunity to reject this austerity budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 358, Louis Severa.
Speaker 358 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 359, Siren Irwin. I'm sure I haven't pronounced that
Here,
correctly.
speaking.
Go ahead.
That's fine. My name is Kieran Irwin. I'm a resident of Point Grey, Vancouver. I'm originally from Ireland. I have a background in business strategy, leadership, and innovation management. I believe that innovation, competition, and strong leadership are vital to creating thriving communities and a thriving business sector, and that is why I oppose this proposition. This proposal carries with it the posture, or the swagger, if you will, of making the tough but necessary choices. This framing simply does not hold up to any kind of scrutiny. Difficult decisions are the ones that benefit more people in the long term, not fewer people in the short term. When lives are lost, homes are destroyed, and millions of dollars of damage are endured in rapidly increasing extreme weather events like heat domes and atmospheric rivers, we need to consider the ballooning costs and strain on repair, relief, and rescue services these events will incur. Costs we will have to bear while we fall behind on other cities on energy efficiency and innovation. In other words, we need long-term thinking and strong leadership. Bending to the influence of gas and energy lobbyists and energy executives from Enbridge at the slightest incentivization in order to prioritize a stagnating, unprofitable, and unsustainable energy industry while throttling the growth and investment of the renewable sector is not encouraging fair competition. It's not unlocking innovation, and it's not taking the hard road in the interests of the city and its people. As a businessman, the most important trait required is a sharp mind, and as a politician, the most important trait required is a strong spine. I would expect the leadership of the city to start displaying one or both of those requests. That's why I oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 360, Frederic Lafontaine.
Hello, my name is Frederic, and I was born and raised in Vancouver, and I live in downtown Vancouver, and I am speaking in opposition to this budget. As with many who have spoken before me, I am deeply concerned about the cuts in services and lack of investment in our community center infrastructure that will be a result of this irresponsible budget. Our community centers and parks are already in dire need of investment, and further cuts will only exacerbate these issues. These are important third spaces in our city and provide much needed services and help foster community, which is more important than ever as the city increases in population and density. Cutting the sustainability office while we face a climate crisis isn't just short-sighted, it's irresponsible. Vancouver has positioned itself as a climate leader, yet this budget abandons that commitment exactly when we need to accelerate our efforts in tackling climate change and risk. Meanwhile, why is the police budget receiving significant increases without serious scrutiny, while the services that actually create community and prevent problems in the first place are getting cut? Strong communities with robust services reduce crime more effectively than enforcement. This budget has its priority backwards. This budget is insulting to residents who've been promised a livable and sustainable city. It's fiscally irresponsible as it cuts investment, particularly in community infrastructure and climate resilience that will save money in the long term. And it fails to reflect the values that make Vancouver worth living in. This makes me ask, who is this budget for? I urge council to reject this budget proposal and bring forward one that actually invests in our city's future. Thank you.
Thank you. 361, Aubrey McAfee.
Speaker 361 is not on the line.
Thank you. 362, Kashmir Dhaliwal.
Hi, I am on the line.
Yes, you are. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
I'm speaking. Hello, everyone. My name is Kashmir Singh Dhaliwal. I am the General Secretary and past President of Khalsa Diwan Society, Vancouver. I am a resident of Vancouver from last 42 years. I am speaking today on behalf of our executive and our membership over 12,000 members. We thank Mayor Ken Sim for his leadership and we fully support this budget. Residents of Vancouver have been taxed for too long. Affordability has become a major issue for members of our Gurdwara. We need the city to get back to its mandate. We need our mayor and council to prioritize city roads and sidewalks, public safety, and clean parks. Lastly, we would like Mayor, Council, and staff to please support the Planning Department research towards South Asian culture redress. This work will allow our community to have voice in the city. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking to council. Speaker 363, Heather Fitzgerald.
Speaker 363 is not on the line.
Okay, we'll go to 364, Selena Bendorf.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Selena Bendorf, a longtime Vancouver resident, and I support a 0% property tax increase. I also support maintaining Vancouver's community service and sustainability budgets. And as a member of Vancouver's Food Justice Coalition and Vancouver's DPAC executive, I support increased funding for a universal healthy school food program. Vancouver's current school food budget is only $325,000, while Toronto's is $25 million. To be equivalent to Toronto, Vancouver's school budget should be $5.8 million. So, how to solve the problem of holding the line on taxes while increasing support for food programs? I'd like to suggest 3 solutions, 2 of which relate to Vancouver's police and firefighter services, which together account for $740 million of Vancouver's budget. First, the VPD reports that 80% of the incidents they are called to involve alcohol. And while alcohol brings in $2 billion in annual revenue provincially, its use costs taxpayers $2.8 billion, a net cost of $800 million. Vancouver's share of that cost is over $100 million. We could save that $100 million by modernizing our alcohol policies out of their current Mad Men era stupor. How? We've learned that prohibition doesn't work, but what does work is behavioral economics, which has proven that humans do whatever is made easiest for them. The city can use behavioral economics nudges to reduce alcohol use, specifically via compensatory alcohol pricing, decreasing hours of service and points of access, and using communication to denormalize and declamorize alcohol. A second solution is around firefighters. There are now far fewer fires per capita than in the past, so fire services have looked elsewhere to rationalize their budget, expanding their scope to attending medical incidents, duplicating paramedics' work, but with less training and higher cost per call. Each paramedic call costs less than $1,000, while each firefighter call costs over $2,500, representing potential savings of $70 million a year in Vancouver. Last, the city needs to operate more efficiently. Vancouverites are frustrated to see city crews leaning on their shovels, 10 people doing the job of 2. But we know that organizations get the unions they deserve and that city crews are just following their managers' leads. So the city needs managers who lead by example and who don't spend endless hours going for coffee at Whole Foods. In summary, if we improve efficiency and modernize our emergency response, we can fund critical priorities like school food programs without raising taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena.
Could I
Yes,
please
Councillor Maloney?
suggest that speakers be reminded not to unfairly criticise staff? I thought that went across the line just then, accusing managers of being incompetent, basically.
Thank you. That's a good reminder. Thank you. Appreciate that. We'll move on to 365, Farah Shroff. No, not on the line.
365 is withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Okay. 366, Jeffrey Wong.
366 is not on the line.
Okay. 367, Zoe Tucker Barrett. Baru.
367 is not on the line.
Okay. 368, Stephanie Dallow. In person. Yep, right there. The podium will adjust. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, hi everyone, Council. My name is Stephanie Dallow. I am a renter and a resident of Vancouver. I'm also a structural engineer with a master's degree in engineering leadership and urban systems who has spent my career helping project teams define, measure, and deliver on sustainability goals. I now teach in UBC's engineering leadership program where I work with future engineers to help them contribute to improving the resilience and sustainability of the infrastructure and buildings that they design. I'm here today in solidarity with the many residents of Vancouver who are in strong opposition of the budget cuts. These sudden and opaque proposed budget cuts make it unclear what will happen with sustainability services like the Rental Apartment Retrofit Accelerator, or RARA pilot program, which was introduced only 2 years ago to future-proof existing rental buildings and make housing more resilient to extreme weather events. The same program in which, in your own words, Mr. Sims, you stated is a priority for public safety, health, and comfort, as well as making Vancouver's housing stock more energy efficient. We've all seen and felt the strenuous impacts that the global pandemic, so-called wars, and recent tariffs have put on the supply chain, and how that has drastically increased construction material costs, significantly contributing to the affordability crisis. While we are in desperate need for accessible and affordable housing, we continue to see new development as the prioritized means for getting there. Instead, we should be taking advantage of the existing buildings and retrofitting them to be high-performing while also meeting our housing needs. The reason we cannot talk about these budget cuts without mentioning the reckless funding that continues to flow to the already inflated and inefficiently managed VPD budget is because the people proposing these supporting these cuts are struggling to see how sustainability cuts across these services and asks us to understand how these services are interconnected and interdependent. To improve public safety, health, and well-being, we need leaders to embrace their power and step into their role in this shared responsibility to economic prosperity and be willing to put real monetary value and investment toward improving social health and well-being of residents, all while not continuing to perpetuate the harm that we cause the environment and ecosystems that we are developing and growing within. I call on you, Council, not only to reject these proposed budget cuts, but I hope that you can understand that the residents of the city need you to more equitably distribute resources and financing towards these services so that we can ensure public safety and comfort in a proactive and holistic way to prevent harm as opposed to reacting to harm after it has already occurred. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate it. Number 369, Barbara Reed. Oh, Barbara?
369 is not on the line.
Okay. 370, Elias Nickel.
Speaker 370 is withdrawn.
Withdrawn. 371, Aaron Rennie.
371 is not on the line.
Not on the line. 372, Summer Bilski.
372 is not on the line.
Thank you. 373, Deborah Dunn.
373 is not on the line.
Thank you. 374, Sharon Saunders. No, Sharon?
I'm here. What's happening?
Yeah, you have 3 minutes, Sharon. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay, sorry. All right. My name is Sharon Saunders. I'm a longtime resident of Champlain Heights. And years ago, I worked with the city planners to engage with them on the development of the River District. Right? Champlain Heights is a community that has considerable issues related to the services that we have in that area. It's a community whose population has about half the income of the rest of Vancouver. Well, what's happened is that the River District was promised a community center in 2025. It should have been built by now. The reason why this is important is that the River District is putting considerable pressure on the services of Champlain Heights, or the small community center in the Heights. And the plan is to put many, many more residents into our area. And that will put even more pressure on these services. With a zero budget, I just don't see where another community center will be built in the future, where a school will be built in the future. People want, even businesses want, some kind of stability. They want to know what's going to happen in the future with their taxes. Going from zero to who knows what in the future is poor planning. It's just not the way to go. We need to have the money to do what we need to make the city livable. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Next is 375, Hannah Hermanic. No.
375 is not on the line.
Okay, 376, James Paglinan, I think.
376 is not on the line.
Okay, great. 377, Christina Hernandez.
377 not on the line.
378, Daniela Elza.
378 is not on the line.
Thank you. 379, Ezra Bloom.
379 not on the line.
380, Vidin Shamak.
380 is not on the line.
Thank you. 381, Cole Howard.
That kind of thing, yeah. Give me 3 of those in a row.
Sorry,
See what that feels like.
Sorry, one second. This is Cole. I'll just check. You just verified this is Cole?
Tear them to shreds. Yeah.
Cole, we have some background noise, so if you could just verify.
Tear them to shreds. Tear them.
Is that, we can hear you, but we're getting some background noise. So if you have something on in the background, you
That same kind of energy, that same kind of proximity. Can you say that line in half the time where it's just like, go kill him? Okay. You know what I mean? Like, go kill him. Yeah.
Okay.
Just give me 2 of those. What does that sound like?
It sounds like we don't have Cole fully. Cole, I'm going to give you one more shot, and if not, we're going to move on. Nope. Okay, we're not hearing you properly. All right. 382, Malik.
Red. Damn this red. Go get him. Go have.
Sorry, can I get clarity? Who do we have on the line right now? Can I have a name, please?
Speaker 381, Cole. Speaker 381 is not on the line.
Okay. Do we have 382, Maliv Kondaker?
Liv.
Maliv
Hi.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, I'm Maliv. Thanks for listening to me today. I'm a young worker. I work for art and culture and community in Vancouver. I've lived in Vancouver for my whole life, and I rent in Vancouver today. I'm here to vivaciously oppose this proposed budget plan. I have extremely negative feelings to this budget plan, just like most of Vancouver, and I will be clear in saying that how much is being given to police makes me feel awful, actually, and not safe at all. So jot that down. Well, I was raised by poor immigrants. I work in the arts. I work in culture and community, and I'm otherwise someone that has had a somewhat livable life in this city where I can do my work of serving the community and be a human of dignity directly because of the public infrastructure of the city. I dream that one day my work in arts and culture will be of service and benefit to the common working people, the youth, seniors, and everyone I should be serving, and that I won't be hindered by having to rely on private funding from the wealthy that makes art into something irrelevant to common people. Public funding allows us to be accountable to the people that we need to be serving in arts and culture, to make people's lives richer and more meaningful, and make the city more vibrant and beautiful, and to engage in the kind of thinking and creativity that so many people in the city crave and have within them. And I do not want to be beholden solely to private funders or increase how much our organization rely on private funding. My work is for the people, and I would like it to stay that way and be more and more for the people, and to be in touch with the reality of the common people of Vancouver. This budget has further enlivened my desire to organize with my fellow Vancouverites for the working class, for the poor, for everyone who lives here and works to make this place livable. And to me, livable does not mean survival. It means access to community, art, health, care, and joy for everyone. This is such a wealthy city, and I'm very embarrassed by the fact that quality of life for common people in the city gets worse every year just to benefit a few. I think love for common people will inspire everyone that is calling and listening against this budget to keep a close watch on what is going on. I'm begging you to trash this budget. Come back when you have a budget that actually makes any sense, one that serves the people. Okay, I'm done. Free Palestine. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next, we're going to move on to 383, Amanda Testini. No, Amanda? Not on the line? Okay, 384, Arlen French.
Hello?
Arlen, is that you? Okay, go ahead, please. You have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Hello, City Council. Thank you for this great use of time for the residents of this paradise city of Vancouver and to have direct contact with our mayor and council. I am an artist and small business owner, and I live and work in the Commercial Drive facing Sunrise neighborhood. I rent both my place of residence and place of business. I've lived in the city for over 20 years. I love the city. I've lived in a number of cities across this country in my life and have chosen to make my chosen home. I disapprove of this budget, as I see it being very unclear and very regressive. This budget will make cuts towards arts, life, and culture to make this city a vibrant and interesting place to live. Community programs that give people access to creativity, health, stability, and give people lives meaning. This uplifts our community and spirits. There are a lot of talented people historically and currently in the city that live in our city, spreading art and culture here and abroad. This budget focuses on deferring costs for those who have stability, wealth, and property, and high-paying jobs or generational luck. In return, you're putting the costs on those that have little, for whom housing is a constant stress, and for those who access to creative space is in constant peril. These are the people that make the city vibrant, both the residents of the city and those that come to visit. These promote only the interests and protect those of wealth and status. This council has continuously overspent the city's finances on policing that does little at all to stop crime from beginning, and punishes those that are desperate for any stability and help. Most crime is caused by economic inequality, lack of stable housing, or lack of easy access to health care. This budget gives those with financial power the ability to feel better about themselves, believing that the policing of people experiencing poverty is just, and only interest in the city is the city council to the wealthy elite that can be made by financial gain. In the last 20 years of living in the city, I've lived, worked, walked, biked through the east side of town almost daily. I've seen people, friends, family, and strangers forced to live in extreme hard situations. As a business owner, I often see folks sleeping outside of my place of business, and I see this as an example of policy failure and part of governance. While you may pass the blame to other levels of government, I do pay my taxes through my rents to the one that I'm addressing currently. What I see is my tax dollars used for treating poverty as a crime. Police forcing people to be out of sight for the wealthy. Police having what meager belongings they have thrown into the trash and destroyed in front of them. And at times, the mayor and family posing for photographs in front of this absurd abuse of power. I want my tax dollars to build up the city, to take pride in helping those struggling to find easier lives, give people self-worth, to make this city into something vibrant and beautiful that all residents of Vancouver can be proud of, that we can show to others that this is an amazing paradise to live in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker 385, Chow Yang Wang.
385 is withdrawn.
Okay. Thank you. 386, Anita Romanek.
386 is not on the line.
Thank you. 387, Duncan Carr.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, councillors. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I can proudly say I have called Vancouver home for over 34 years and have the privilege of currently being a resident. I have lived in Hastings Sunrise, Mount Pleasant, Marpole, Oak Ridge, and Kerrisdale. I was raised by a police officer and a physiotherapist. I've also had the privilege to sit in on a portion of yesterday's session and witness firsthand the disconnect between the speakers and some of the councillors. I wish to express my deep concern and disappointment regarding the proposed fiscal budget for the upcoming year. I'd like to thank each department representative for their work in outlining how they would navigate this incomplete and opaque budget. I'd like to thank all of the city staff members for their work in facilitating this meeting. I'd like to thank our council members who attend each meeting and remain connected to our vibrant communities. I'd like to thank each of my fellow residents who have taken time out of their lives to follow these proceedings and voice their concerns. While I recognize that budget planning involves difficult trade-offs, the current proposal reflects priorities that do not align with the values or long-term well-being of Vancouver's residents. The substantial increase to the Vancouver Police Department's budget is particularly troubling, especially with the contrast of significant reductions to funding for arts, culture, and community spaces. Public safety is vital, but safety cannot be achieved solely through policing. True safety arises from strong, connected communities, something that cannot exist without robust support for third spaces. Our community centers, libraries, cultural hubs, and art venues. These are the spaces where people build trust, form relationships, and find belonging. The ongoing disinvestment in these spaces erodes the very foundation of civic life. Vancouver's third spaces are among its most valuable public assets, yet they continue to face neglect and austerity while police budgets expand without meaningful public justification or oversight. Equally concerning is Council's decision to forego any increase in property taxes. This decision frankly appears spineless and short-sighted. It prioritizes political optics over fiscal responsibility and social equity by refusing to adjust property taxes, even modestly, to meet growing needs. Council effectively shifts the burden of austerity onto those least able to bear it: renters, artists, community organizations, and the working class. It is an abdication of leadership
I'm sorry.
to freeze revenue.
I'm sorry. You are over time. Thank you for speaking. We'll move on down to speaker 388, Mary Burke. No, Mary. Mary, are you on the line?
388 has disconnected.
Okay. 389 has withdrawn. 390, Shauna McKinnon.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Thanks for the chance to speak. Because of the timing, it's caught me at a moment where I'm in the doctor's office with my son waiting to see a doctor. But I'll just go off the cuff and just share a few comments. I signed up to oppose the budget as proposed. I'm a Vancouver resident who's lived in Vancouver for almost 20 years. And I'm a parent of 2 kids. My kids will be fourth generation of my family living in Vancouver. The reason why I signed up to speak is because I work in the field of climate change research. And when I saw that there were reports that the budget as proposed might lead to major cuts to climate programming, I was very concerned and felt it was my duty to say something. It's hard to know what really is in the budget, given that there's a bundled budget line that combines planning and sustainability, where there's a 14% cut. That's a concern, that the budget isn't transparent and we don't even really know exactly what we're talking about. But just from my work in climate change, where I've been working across the province with people frontline dealing with climate change impacts, I can tell you that what we're seeing on climate change is worse than what experts have predicted. Here in Vancouver, we live in a place where we went through the weather-related event that has the highest death count of any event in Canada related to weather. That was the heat zone. We're still underprepared, and at this moment of time, when we have more and more information about the impacts of climate change, how they're undermining our economic security and our health, it's not the time to step back from leadership on climate action, which Vancouver really has been a leader in climate adaptation and also mitigating future emissions. And in this moment of time, also, we have more understanding of how many solutions are at our fingertips, things that are more cost-effective, that can improve health and equity, and also address climate change all at the same time. So I want to urge the mayor and council to reconsider the way that this budget is being positioned, which is not transparent, and also to understand that these types of not just the climate actions, but also other types of community services are integral to public safety. And having had a chance to listen in a few times over this meeting, where the budget's been discussed, that's the theme that I've heard from people again and again, is that it's the services that the city provides, it's the parks, it's the community centers, it's cultural events that give people a sense of public safety in our city and makes it a place that they want to live. And, you know, as a parent, a place that I want to raise my kids and I want my kids to live in
Sorry,
the
we're at
future.
time. Okay.
Yeah,
So
okay.
next
Thank
speaker.
you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 391 has withdrawn. Speaker 392, Jess Boone.
392 is not on the line.
393, Ricky Sahota.
Hi there.
All right, please go ahead.
Well, my name is Ricky Sahota, resident of Mount Pleasant, and I'm speaking to oppose the 2026 draft budget. So while there's quite a few troubling aspects of this draft budget, including the lack of transparency, its misalignment with the finding of the 2026 survey report, and the disturbing increase in the police budget, today I want to focus on one critical issue, the proposed embodiment of Vancouver's leadership in sustainability and climate action. This budget proposes a 14% cut to planning, urban design, and sustainability. That's not just a number. It represents a step backward from Vancouver's commitment to address the very real and growing impacts of climate change. These impacts are not theoretical. They're here now, and they will continue to intensify. Cutting sustainability efforts signals that the city is willing to put its head in the sand and leave these challenges for future generations to solve. I've heard the argument made that this responsibility should be with provincial or federal governments, but in reality, all levels of government need to work together to address this issue. Local climate impacts require local solutions. Without a dedicated team focusing on sustainability, decisions across City of Vancouver departments will be driven solely by short-term financial considerations, rather than by principles that ensure clean air, safe water, and a livable environment. Sustainability is not optional, it's foundational. The City of Vancouver has long been recognized as a leader in climate change. That leadership matters. It ensures that every department from transportation to housing integrates sustainability into its programs. Eliminating or weakening this group risks losing that integrated approach and the progress we've made. The push for a 0% property tax increase appears to be a political strategy rather than a realistic mandate. As a homeowner, I understand that costs rise every year. Freezing tax at 0% by cutting essential services is short-sighted and undermines the long-term health and livability of our city. I urge council, do not assume someone else will take care of the environment. We need to stay ahead of this issue to ensure Vancouver remains a beautiful, livable city, not just for us, but for the generations to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 394, Robin Potker.
Yes, hello.
Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Robin Potker. I am a resident of Vancouver, a renter in Mount Pleasant for over 14 years. And this is my first time speaking at council today. I am a full-time student, a business owner, and a mother of 2 young kids. And I am in opposition to the proposed 2026 draft budget. I want to say that I am grateful for the process that allows me to be here today and speak. And I am angry that I have to speak here today to protect the city's future and the future of my children. To the speakers before me, well done. You are showing us all the true heart and soul of Vancouver. I agree with what has been repeated numerous times regarding the VPD budget overreach, how unnecessary the 0% property tax increase is, how opaque and undemocratic this budget is, and how disastrous these cuts could and likely will be for most of us, regardless of exactly where the cuts end up. We don't know. What I cannot get out of my head is that one of the ideas offered yesterday by council for trying to make this budget work is to get rid of baby changing tables and hygiene product machines in high vandalism areas. How uncreative and callous. This is not a solution. It is a Band-Aid that does nothing to fix the root problem, which seems to be a bit of a trend in this budget. I know this is just one example that was given of where to find efficiencies, but this one example reveals so much to me. It tells me that me, a mother, fathers, caregivers, and children are not a priority to our leaders. And this is deeply disappointing. The spaces I relied on as a new mom to keep me from falling into depression are the spaces that will face cuts. Parks, playgrounds, libraries, and public bathrooms with baby changing tables and tampons available. Listening to the speakers before me, it is clear that we do not want this budget. This budget will damage our beautiful, diverse, and inclusive city that I adore. Let's get creative and turn this shell of a budget into that love letter to the future, to quote the speaker yesterday. ABC councilors, I urge you to oppose this budget. It's not too late. Take the budget back to the drawing board, collaborate with all the councilors, and bring us a budget that we can all be proud of.
Great, thank you
That's
very much.
everything. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 395, Michael Robert Kaditz.
My name is Michael Robert Kaditz. I'm a director of Stanley Park Preservation Society. Good to finally meet you, Mr. Sim. My knowledge is parks and recreation, so I'm only speaking to that part of the budget tonight. I believe that the park board has been squandering money on outsourced contracts for unnecessary and destructive logging in Stanley Park, rather than wisely spending money on needed maintenance and necessary services. Council took $11.1 million in tax revenue from the General Stabilization Reserve on May 28, 2024, for what was represented by city staff as immediate work required to mitigate safety risk in Stanley Park. However, a year and a half later, the funds are now being misused to remove thousands of trees which pose no safety risk. This funding should be rescinded and the money reallocated for essential services. Commissioners Digby and Bostivansky called into this meeting late last night to protest budget cuts to the park board. Yet they have both voted consistently to spend $19 million over the past 2 years, including $4.5 million just 10 days ago, to pay a logging contractor to log out the most pristine areas of Stanley Park. Commissioners Hare, Verdi, and Howard courageously opposed this waste of millions of dollars, but unfortunately were outnumbered. I believe that before trees are cut down by government forestry contractors, they should be assessed by provincially certified tree risk assessors, such that only dangerous trees are marked for removal. We have brought multiple scientists into Stanley Park who have all said that thousands of safe trees are being needlessly destroyed at great cost to the ecological integrity of Stanley Park. This waste of taxpayer money and destruction of our cherished Stanley Park must stop. In normal times, I would support fully funding our parks, but considering the bad behavior of the current park board, sadly, I am in favor of cutting the park board's budget until our park board spends our money responsibly. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Going on in. Speaker 396, Jillian McGuire.
Hi, my name is Jillian McGuire. I similarly have some comments about the waste of money by the Parks and Recreation Department. I think Michael mentioned the over $19 million being used to unnecessarily log Stanley Park without any individual tree assessments. I'm also seeing a massive number of brand new trucks, Parks and Recreation, ATVs that are zooming around and almost hitting people. The other day I live in Strathcona, McLean Park, a massive machine being used to rake leaves. I'd also like to draw your attention to the amount of management that we have in the Parks and Recreation. General Manager of Parks and Recreation, Director of Parks, Associate Director, Urban Forestry, Director of Park Planning and Development, Director of Recreation, Director of Business Development, Director Strategic Operations, Associate Director of Operations, Associate Director Parks and Recreation, Associate Director Recreation, Associate Director Planning Policy, and I don't know what the other word was on this spreadsheet, Manager Fundraising and Development, Supervisor Neighborhood Parks, Associate Director Recreation Services, Associate Director Park Development, Associate Director Recreation recreation services. This is an outrageous amount of management. I think the lowest salary is $150,000 and it goes up to over $300,000. And I do know that the general manager of Parks and Recreation in 2024, I think it was a $60,000 raise. We need the money in the Parks Board to go on the ground services, and I think that it would be good to do a line-by-line review of the expenditures and get them to on the ground services. So yeah, I would support a little oversight on the Department of Parks and Recreation budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming on in. The next person we have is Joel Short, 397. Joel here.
Not present.
Speaker number 398, Catherine Kaditz.
My name is Catherine Kaditz. First of all, I want to acknowledge the enormous amount of Vancouver residents who showed up to present to this board budget hearing. Please, citizens who presented, consider creating citizens' assemblies and come together to help bring your vision of this city together. I am commenting on Park Board budget. My position is in favor of cutting the Park Board budget. The Park Board has been spending money on unnecessary and destructive removal of valuable wildlife trees in Stanley Park, which pose a threat to nobody. Council allocated $11.1 million on May 28, 2024, for immediate work required to mitigate safety risk. But the funds are now being misused a year and a half later to remove thousands of safe trees. This funding should be rescinded and the money reallocated for much needed park maintenance and essential services. I believe that before the trees are cut down by government forestry contractors, they should be assessed by provincially certified tree risk assessors and only dangerous trees removed. Multiple scientists have surveyed Stanley Park, and the consensus is that the thousands of safe trees are being removed at great cost to the ecology of the Stanley Park. Once it's gone forever. The waste of taxpayer money and destruction of our cherished Stanley Park must stop. Therefore, regretfully, I am in favor of cutting the Park Board's budget until our Park Board spends responsibly rather than destructively.
Great, and thank you very much for coming on in. Speaker number 399, Carrie Tomlinson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name's Carrie Tomlinson. I've been a resident of Vancouver since 2011. I've been a renter that entire time, and I am calling in strong opposition of this proposed budget for 2026 for a lot of the same reasons that many other speakers who have called in are opposed to it. So it's lack of clarity, it's lack of specificity. I'm very unimpressed with the idea that our property taxes will not be increased, even though there was a survey that was put out saying that people were fine with the increase going up by at least 5%. I think, just to put it out there, at this moment, I'm feeling quite overwhelmed with emotion. There were so many facets of this budget that I was opposed to, and having only 3 minutes to speak on all of them seems like a lot. But I feel a lot of gratitude towards everyone who's been able to come in and call in and speak so eloquently on all of their different concerns on this particular budget. I guess I can sort of speak to something that I have experience in. I went to school for child and youth care, and I was a youth worker for a number of years. And I can personally say that if we're going to be reducing funding to our third spaces like libraries and parks and community centers, where families and youth have access to programming that allows them to feel a sense of connection, community, and well-being, That's not going to be something that's going to be very positive for the mental health outcomes of children and their families as well as youth. So I think that moving money, or not even moving money, but reallocating money to our police budget, for example, to have such an incredible amount of money going into policing, while so much money is being siphoned away from the things that help make families and especially young people feel like their lives are meaningful and they have a place of connection and community. That is going to be, those are going to be the people who are going to be facing these police officers in situations where they should be out and connecting with each other and with the community. They're going to be dealing with police officers. I just wanted to note that the other day I went out to the grocery store and there was one man who appeared to be homeless who was surrounded by 4 uniformed police officers as well as 2 plainclothes cops outside of a grocery store. And I've just seen such an increased presence of police in these kinds of situations that seem to be much higher than what is warranted. And essentially, that's where I'm going to leave my thoughts for today. I did want to express my gratitude for being able to be a part of this process, and just I'm so grateful to everyone else
And I'm
that's
sorry,
called
we're
in
at
to
time.
express.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
speaker number 400, Andrea Glenn.
Hi, my name is Andrea Glenn. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a small business owner. I was born here and so are my young children. I'm speaking today in opposition to the proposed budget. I'm nervous to speak this afternoon. I don't like public speaking, and especially on controversial topics, but I feel compelled to speak out against this budget. I have the immense, mostly unearned privilege of being able to own a single-family home in this city. Every year when I get my property tax bill, I'm surprised by how low it is. How can I, someone who has the privilege to own a single-family home, which has increased in value so significantly in the time I've owned it, be asked to contribute so little to the operations of the City of Vancouver, even though I benefit from so many services provided by the city, such as parks, pools, libraries, roads, sewers, fire safety, garbage collection, and so much more? How is it that I'm asked to contribute so little to caring for neighbors and community members who don't have the privileges that I do? In most other Canadian cities, residents pay a much higher rate of property taxes. As a homeowner, I know I need to pay more property taxes so that we can continue to invest in the services and infrastructure that the city needs. So I'm dismayed by this draft budget because I know it's a short-term handout for wealthy property owners like myself that will come at the expense of the community as a whole, and in particular, our most vulnerable neighbors. And in the medium and long term, it will also come at my expense. Even before this budget, the city was already facing major deficits in funding for civic infrastructure like community centers, pools, and rinks. Many of the city's existing facilities need replacement, and we need new facilities to support a growing population. We don't seem to have any viable plans to address these funding deficits because for decades we've been afraid to upset homeowners like me by raising property taxes to the levels needed to sustain our civic infrastructure in the long term. That needs to stop now, or our children and future generations will pay the price. I would like to see a budget that does the exact opposite of this one. It would cut funding for police while increasing funding for parks and recreation, affordable housing, mental health supports, climate action, and so many other areas. These are the investments that will make us safe, not more police. The police have already had significant funding increases in the last few years. We know that Black, Indigenous, and racialized neighbors are disproportionately targeted by police, while unhoused residents are often criminalized simply for existing in public space. I cannot support a budget that continues to funnel more money to the police while imposing austerity elsewhere. I think that one of the bravest things that politicians can do is admit when they've made a mistake. I hope that the mayor and councillors will have the courage to acknowledge how misguided this budget is and go back to the drawing board to develop a more just and equitable budget. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker 401, Shengyan Boone.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council. You have heard from many and will hear from many more dismay about the cuts to city services that will be deeply affecting them. I've heard a lot of rhetoric from some of you that we're just poor, misinformed folk, that we just don't understand the finer details, that cuts aren't coming. From any reasonable perspective, that claim is absolutely absurd. In my time as an advocate, I sometimes get the time to talk to staff about issues I care about. The climate among staff is absolutely crystal clear. They have been told there is no budget for new and existing projects and that they have to cancel and defer them. Stuff in motions that passed in this chamber years and years ago is being sent to die at the altar of zero is zero. Staff have been acting as if there will be no capacity for the things I care about for months already. So you can't tell me this isn't going to affect me. I may not be able to see the finer details of the budget yet, but the actions of staff speak loudly. Why else would they have mentioned clearly multiple times in this chamber and in public engagement that current levels of service require a 5% or more budget increase? What magic have you performed that this is no longer the case? That some of you seem to think that one-sentence reassurances will somehow assuage people who can plainly see all the evidence to the contrary is patently absurd. I've also heard some members deride the staff engagement while touting another survey. The survey asked the question, how can we balance the budget without increasing property taxes? And then you point to the results and say, see, people don't want to balance the budget without increasing property taxes by increasing property taxes. Wow, good job. What an absurd tautology to push in order to get the result you wanted in the first place. This is the statistical rigor and evidence-based decision-making you all pride yourselves on. So, I'll tell you what this budget is. This budget is a punishment. You have chosen to inflict pain and suffering upon the arts and culture sector to the 12% in cuts clearly laid out in that budget as plain as day. To inflict pain and suffering on seniors dying in heat domes from the 14% cuts to planning and sustainability. To inflict pain and suffering on people getting hit by fast cars due to deferred safe transportation infrastructure and the loss of engineering jobs. To inflict pain and suffering on 400 city employees who will lose their jobs, to parents with children who need those changing tables in daycare.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Point of, I guess, procedure. I think our interpreters are struggling because the speakers are becoming quite fast.
Okay. Sorry, Shengyan, if you could please slow down a bit, and I'll add another 15 seconds to your time for the interruption. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
So many of citizens of Vancouver are quaking in fear. And for what? It doesn't have to be this way. Instead of exhaustion, despondency, and pessimism, we could have a Vancouver that is building a future with less suffering, more fun, more culture, and more beauty. We could have better wages, renewed infrastructure, abundant housing. We could be a world leader in sustainability, in arts and tourism, in taking care of our most vulnerable. So I urge you, change this budget. Give us a budget that funds arts, culture, community services, engineering, planning, urban design, sustainability, parks, and theaters. Yes, that means we need to increase property taxes, but it's what we owe the city's future. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker number 402, Anna Bond. Anna, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thanks. Hi, as mentioned, my name is Anna Bond, and I live and run a business in Vancouver. I'm not sure, or I wasn't sure where to start on this, so I just want to go back to the beginning. When ABC ran for office, my understanding is that they promised to build more homes, including social housing, and double the amount of co-ops. That was important to me. Make our city more energy efficient and future-proof, and most importantly, run City Hall with transparency, accountability, and good governance. Those are the commitments that we voted for, but this budget doesn't look like those promises to me. Right now, it's not clear to me personally how we'll make up for the shortfall. Apparently, property price tax increases are off the table, even with inflation and the support of many Vancouverites. As I understand it, the planned increase for the empty homes tax is put on pause, and real estate developers, one of the province's most profitable industries, were recently given a $3.8 million tax break related to this. Given that the budget is so high level, it's really hard to tell what it could entail. It could mean letting go of development permitting staff and slowing down building times. It could mean less money for social housing and co-ops, cutting the rec center and library programs families depend on. All things that would directly contradict ABC's promises. As a lifelong Vancouverite, my biggest concern is that Vancouver is becoming a city for the rich. And I'm worried that this budget and how we make it work will reflect that. Worst of all, this is coming to motion. Councillors are being asked to vote on it without really knowing what it'll mean for their city and constituents. Telling them and the public and us, don't worry, isn't good enough. This isn't transparent, it isn't accountable, and it isn't good governance. I'm sure we can all agree on that. I know there's a lot of intelligence, creativity, and business acumen in this room, and I have the utmost respect for all the councillors and mayor. But I and others need you to be more transparent, please. Please show us how you'll make it work for the majority of Vancouverites, not just the multimillionaires. You and I would never agree to a contract before going through each line item. You and I would never agree to buy something without knowing the true cost. So let's not approve this budget before we understand what it really means. In my view, no doesn't mean that you oppose a modest, balanced budget. It just means that you value a transparent, accountable, and democratic process. Thank you.
Great, Anna, thank you very much. And I do believe our sign interpreters are going to be leaving. And I just want to say thank on behalf of everyone in council and everyone who's come in and spoken today and everyone online who's been watching. Thank you. Thank you for making the session more accessible, and thank you. I know there's sometimes people are speaking really fast, and sometimes we get caught up in the conversation. We forget that people are speaking fast, so I apologize for that. But thank you for weathering this journey. You've been great. Thank you. Okay, with that. Speaker 403 has withdrawn. Speaker 404, Vicky Baker.
Speaker 404 is not on the line.
Speaker 405, Owen Twaits.
Hello, this is Speaker 405 on the line.
Hi, please go ahead.
Alrighty, thank you. And thank you for your time, City Councilors. Now more than ever, it's really good to have a department of government that can hear us. My name is Owen Twaits, and I'm also advocating for my partner, Sophia Fan. We are new homeowners in Olympic Village who've lived in Vancouver for about 15 years or so. We strongly oppose the proposed 2026 budget. We are among those surveys that supported a 5% or more increase in property tax, and we don't see any evidence of our input into this budget. $12 a month or more is peanuts compared to the price hikes we saw as renters recently, and we heavily depend upon our public amenities, especially childcare, for us to even imagine to start a family here. I'm also a local business owner who has slowly had to shift to prioritize in New West because they've got more support and infrastructure to sustain growth and community there right now. We love this city, but if it doesn't love us back, we will have no choice but to sell our home and find one that does. Please come back with a serious budget that doesn't take whistleblowers to understand. Please increase my property tax because that would be good governance. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 406, Marianne Warman.
Good afternoon. My name is Marianne Warman, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Vancouver Cherry Blossom Festival in Vancouver. It occurs annually every April, and like many speakers before me, I would argue that the effect of a 12% reduction in arts funding will be catastrophic for arts organizations around the city. Vancouver's cultural sector is a vital part of our city's social and economic ecosystem. Organizations like ours and many others in the city employ thousands of workers, from artists and technicians to carpenters, designers, community workers. It is a well-established fact, and it's been referenced many times in this hearing, that every dollar spent on the arts and culture brings 10 times that in economic impact. So cutting funding to these vital arts and culture activities is short-sighted and counterproductive. Vancouver Cherry Blossom Festival will have its 20th anniversary in 2026. In that time, it's grown exponentially as a large public event with a big picnic in David Lamb Park, complete with many activities. We work closely with the city on maintaining our cherry blossom trees. We have food trucks, artistic activities, and this year we lit the blossoms up for 3 nights in a row, attracting almost 40,000 people over the 3 days. We also did pop-ups in several sites all around the city, well attended by people in the community, and we've been asked to expand it to more sites next year. All of these activities are free. They provide a sense of community and belonging and attract huge numbers of people. At a time when rising costs, economic uncertainty threaten the viability of many cultural spaces, major events programming and activities, a 12 to 14% reduction will have long-lasting consequences, not only for artists and workers, but for the community at large. It is increasingly difficult in these economically challenging times to find sponsorship and other forms of funding that organizations rely on. We certainly rely on sponsorship, and we spend a lot of time getting funding, but we also rely on grants and support from the city. We work very hard to get sponsors and funders. Losing any of the funding that we currently have from the city would be consequential. Our mission with the VCBF is to create and connect community through celebrating arts, culture, and nature through our focus on the beautiful cherry blossoms that we are so fortunate to have on our streets and in our parks. We therefore urge Council to reverse these cuts and commit instead to sustained inflation-indexed increases that allow the cultural sector to remain a cornerstone of civic life and economic resilience, and to show that the City of Vancouver can be a municipal leader that not only sees the value of arts and culture, but strives to weave it through the fabric of the city in the myriad ways it can.
Sorry.
Zero means zero, frankly, is empty
Marianne, I'm
rhetoric.
sorry.
Please.
We're at time. Thank you very much for coming in. Speaker number 407, Michael O'Shaughnessy.
Mayor and Council, I'm Michael O'Shaughnessy. I'm a parent living in Fairview, and I'm calling in to oppose the budget. When I first signed up to speak, I thought I'd tell you that this is the wrong way to go about finding efficiencies, that in making these cuts so brutally and abruptly, all you're going to do is force out experienced workers, hollow out the city's state capacity, and force us to pay more in the long run. That was before I heard about the specific cuts that were under consideration. I'm sorry, with respect, you're looking at getting rid of change tables? My understanding was that these cuts weren't going to lead to frontline service reductions, and they weren't going to eliminate anything essential. Now listen, I'm not a lawyer or municipal policy expert, and I don't know the specific definition of core or essential service. But what I can tell you is that when you're out of the house with a 1-year-old in a stroller and they've just soiled themselves, a change table is very essential indeed. And that's not the only cut that's on the table. We've got deep cuts to the Arts and Culture Department. We've got the reports that an entire sustainability department might be axed. We've got libraries and community centers and parks that are getting puny increases to their budget, increases that don't meet concomitant increases in costs. I actually saw a meme from the mayor's Instagram account talking about these increases. I'm sorry, but if you get a raise and the cost of groceries rises even more, you can't buy as much food. If you didn't before, after all these speakers, Mayor and Council, you should know it now. If you pass this budget, you'll be starving our libraries and our community centers and our parks of the resources they need to thrive and prosper. You haven't made a decision yet. You can still turn back. Do you really want to be the government that gutted Vancouver's climate leadership, that starved the public library, that cut so deep that staff were forced to rip out change tables for babies to save a few dollars? Please change course. If not for us, then for your own legacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 408, Amelia Ferrigia. I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Hi, yes?
Hi, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks. My name is Amelia Ferrugia, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed budget. In 2024, I became a first-time mother. I was excited to raise my son in this city, a city I've always believed values community, safety, and opportunity. But my experiences over the past year have given me pause. When my son was 8 months old, we took a swimming class at Hillcrest Pool. Midway through the class, my son, along with other babies, began turning blue. The lifeguard explained that the city could not afford to heat the pool adequately. When my son was 10 months old, we went to baby time at the library, only to be turned away because it was already at capacity. Librarians told us they did not have the funding to run programs often enough to meet demand. When my son was 17 months old, we finally secured a daycare spot, but it took 3 months before any subsidy was processed. We were told because city staff were so overloaded that they could not keep up with the applications. And when my son was 20 months old, the nanny of one of his friends was struck by a car at a crosswalk that should have had a pedestrian light. We were told that the crosswalk had already been identified as needing safety improvements, but there weren't enough resources to make it happen. Each of these moments tells a story of a city stretched too thin. of services and staff doing their best with too little support. I want to raise my son in this city, but to build a city in which he can thrive, we need investment, not cuts. As we look ahead, I ask, what more will families like mine have to endure if we continue down this path of underfunding essential services? You have the opportunity to change course, to instruct the city manager to go back to the drawing board and bring forward a budget that truly meets the needs of Vancouver residents. Please, invest in the city we all want to raise our children in. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker 409, Melody Wise.
.409 is not on the line.
Not online. Okay. Speaker 410, Trent Freeman.
Hello.
Hi, Trent, please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Trent Freeman. I'm a musician living in Vancouver. The proposed budget, as I'm sure you know, contains a 12% cuts to arts, culture, and community services. I live in Vancouver. I see Vancouver already struggling to provide spaces and support for its artists to live, create, share their work, and bring community together. And as a touring musician, as I travel around the country and the world, I experience countless cities with thriving art scenes that are celebrated by their politicians and residents alike. I'm embarrassed to report that Vancouver is becoming known as a city deeply lacking in cultural vibrancy, with no support from its leaders. And as I see it becoming less and less attractive to creative individuals to choose Vancouver as their place. I bring this up not just as an artist striving to create a more entertaining and enjoyable city for everyone, but as a community member who sees the deep cultural impact and sense of belonging that an arts community can provide. A thriving arts and entertainment community is crucial for the social and mental health of the entire city. Accessible concerts, art exhibits, performances, and programming put on by and for people of every cultural and socioeconomic background makes people feel truly seen, represented, and safe. Far safer, I would argue, than seeing a 14% increase in the amount of armed police officers roaming the streets. I've found days of citizens calling in so inspiring, and with many calls moving me to tears. And I dream that you council members have as well. But, Ken Sim, I'm afraid you're too sheltered from what the residents of Vancouver actually want and need for this to have moved you. I hope you can prove me wrong and show that you are actually listening and actually representing the people of Vancouver. I oppose this budget for many reasons, and probably more than I even know, as it's so incomplete. But most of all, I feel that this budget shows that ABC does not value the cultural well-being of our city. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Trent. Speaker 411, Lisa Declier.
Speaker 411 is not on the line.
Speaker 412, Lass, and I'm sorry about my pronunciation. Is it Vitfed?
Speaker 412 is not on the line.
Speaker 413, Grace Matheson.
Hi, I'm Grace. I'm a Vancouverite and I work for a legal nonprofit that provides low-income residents across BC with legal services. When people are looking for help, they come to me. I'm the fly on the wall of the city and I see everything. A significant number of my clients are situated in Vancouver, so I see the macros of greater societal trends on a personal level on a daily basis. I see systemic injustice and imbalances and the outcomes of bureaucratic oversights from a unique standpoint, which is why I felt it was crucial to speak today. I'm extremely concerned about this draft budget and by extension, the City Council. The extremity of cutting the budget so significantly for social, community, and cultural programs are the very things that necessitate the existence of the City Council. Looking at how much has been gutted, I worry this isn't a real budget, but an exit strategy or a cry for help. If such, Vancouverites should not have to deal with the aftermath. My family has been in the city for 80-odd years and has been involved in real estate development, both commercial and residential, for almost as long. We're worried. We are not at war. The lack of details and transparency in the budget is indicative of either a lack of effort or corruption, and Vancouverites deserve neither. I'm also disappointed by the intention of cutting the Climate and Sustainability Department. The waste and devastation created by climate change are expensive. It is fiscally irresponsible to ignore this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 414, Dave Ramsley.
414 is not on the line.
Speaker number 415 has withdrawn. Speaker 416, Pablo Ruiz Valderrama. Pablo Ruiz, are you there?
Is on the line.
Pablo, are you there? We can't hear you.
Speaker 416, Pablo, are you on the line?
Nope. Okay, speaker 417, Brian Cho.
Four 17 is not on the line.
Speaker 418, Delano Ellingwood.
Hi there. How you doing? Thank you for your time today and holding this hearing and listening to citizens of the city speak. My name's Delano Ellingwood. I'm a landscape gardener. I moved here about 8 years ago from Nova Scotia, and my hands are in a lot of gardens around the city, and I hear a lot of things from a lot of people. I'm calling in to oppose this proposed budget on the ground of it being a sham and kind of put forth as a bald-faced insult to most of the people in this city, the majority of whom are renters, by the way. Low-income people are also who are going to be patronizing all of our local businesses. So I think it's kind of funny that our city has such a hate-on for anyone who isn't wealthy. I have a hard time believing, personally, that our mayor and the majority ABC party are not fully aware of the negative effects that this sham budget is going to have. And so I guess I'm just curious why y'all don't come out and say it, like, full-faced, right? If you don't care about the people and this city to begin with, you know, that's okay. Just tell us that. Don't hide behind smiles and apologies for going over time or speaking too quickly. And if that's not you, then I would suggest maybe reconsidering your positions. 630 people signed up to speak on this budget, and I think that wisdom would dictate that despite this record outcome, it's probably a fraction of those who care. The increased budget to the VPD seems like a bit of an oversight, to the very least. When you walk around the city, it's very clear that the issue is not too few police. We've got lots going on. I would be curious as to why there aren't more police on our streets. With traffic, we seem to have like the most lawless traffic situations going on in Canada, especially for having a police department that's per capita the largest in Canada. Yeah, I would just say that I hope you all change your vote, or at least vote properly when it comes up. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Speaker number 419, Ellie Stern.
Hi, my name is Ellie Stern. I'm a 27-year-old Vancouver resident, and I'm here to state my strong opposition to the proposed 2026 budget. I work at a community-based nonprofit, and we've been deeply impacted by this budget's cuts, especially the IRCC funding budget cut that happened a few months ago. Our job as workers in the social work and community field is to undo the damage that is done by our governments, and specifically right now by the ABC Party and by Ken Sims. These budget cuts have caused severe layoffs and staff hour cuts, meaning the communities we support are losing vital programs and resources that help their survival. As a youth worker personally in underfunded neighborhoods, I directly witness the deep and constant anxiety our youth have for their futures as cost of living rises and housing becomes more unaffordable every day. This generation's children and teenagers are growing up in fear for their futures. Climate change aside, affordability is what they're worried about. They see that Vancouver has become a city that is not built with them in mind and dismisses their needs over and over again. And this budget fails to meet their real needs and all the needs that we are begging for. All 600 of us are here begging for it. It's going to worsen the lives of our city's most vulnerable populations, which will continue costing you more money in the long run because you'll just have to keep finding Band-Aid solutions over and over again. Band-Aid solutions for the unaffordability crisis, for the drug crisis, the housing crisis. Crisis after crisis, you keep looking away and dismissing us. What you're allocating the VPD's tens of millions of dollars to increase their budget for is to over-police the downtown east side, to over-police low-income residents, and to over-police protests that will continue happening as long as policy continues dehumanizing our local marginalized residents. And you'll just continue supporting the ongoing genocides of Indigenous peoples, of unhoused peoples, low-income peoples, drug-using residents by slashing public services, staff, libraries, art, sustainability programs. This does not reflect public will, especially with the over 600 speakers that are mostly here to oppose this budget at this meeting that Ken Sims called pointless. I urge Council to reject this budget. Vancouver's future requires investment in affordable housing and climate action, public services, and in a true democratic process, which this is definitely not. So I ask you to please listen to the people before doing irreversible harm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, speaker number 420, Dmitry Dobrovolsky.
Speaker 420 is not on the line.
Speaker 421, Julia Lane.
That's me.
Yep,
Hello?
please go ahead.
Great, thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to hear from me. My name is Julia Lane. I work at Simon Fraser University. I used to be a resident of Vancouver. I now live in Burnaby, but my work, given that it's for Simon Fraser University, covers both work in Burnaby, Surrey, and Vancouver. And I want to speak in particular to the cuts that are likely to happen to Vancouver public libraries as a result of this budget. Although the budget shows an increase in funding for the libraries, this has to be taken into consideration with recent cutbacks to the libraries, which have resulted in reduced staffing and hours for our really crucial libraries in all municipalities, including in Vancouver. And the $2 million budget increase that's in the budget is far below what's needed for reliable service in our libraries, given these cutbacks and also given the environment of rising costs and inflation that is the context for everyone. I am really concerned about the fact that these cuts to our public infrastructure in libraries, in parks, in arts, in housing, in social policies will result in people having more crises, as the speaker before me said. And I feel concerned that this budget, the way that it's being proposed, is primarily intended to ensure that the increase in policing is seen as needed because people are in increased crisis, and so they will be continuing to be criminalized and over-policed. So those are my comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 422, Mandy Moshline. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Hi there. It's Mauchline. Don't worry, it's Scottish. Everybody messes it up. Hi, City Council. My name's Mandy Mauchline. I've lived in Vancouver for, about 20 years. I've lived in East Van, the West End, Kitsilano, pretty much all over the city. It's my city. I love it. And I'm calling to state my strong opposition to the 2026 proposed budget. The proposed budget blatantly ignores the results of the 2026 budget survey. It's undemocratic to the point that people are beginning to wonder if the City Council cares about what their constituents want, what they need. You've had literally hundreds of people speak before me, the vast majority of whom have told you exactly how this budget is going to hurt them and hurt their families. Here's the thing. I can't blame people for not wanting a property tax increase. I really can't. But the lack of transparency in this budget on what exactly is going to be cut to make this possible is worrisome. Like, imagine supporting this budget because you think, oh, it's going to save my household some money, only to find out that doing that means that you no longer have public parks, you don't have libraries, you don't have childcare. I don't know, man. I'd feel kind of deceived. What we do know about this proposed budget is that it is pathetically short-sighted. It's prioritizing the pocketbooks of a minority of people over the well-being of the city of Vancouver, cutting necessary programs that benefit the community, cutting jobs, cutting funds that could go to climate projects that will allow the city to actually adapt to our changing environment. The proposed budget is reckless and will ultimately only harm this city. But it is not too late. I implore the council members to remember that their responsibility is to the people of Vancouver, and I ask you please revise this budget. This is where we live, and we will face the consequences of your actions, and we are not going to forget that. Being in a higher tax bracket really shouldn't make empathy impossible. Prove that you care. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillors that are online, can you please turn your cameras on? We're good? Great. Thank you very much. Okay. Speaker number 423, Duncan Watts Grant.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Duncan Watts Grant. I'm the Executive Director of the Vancouver Fringe Festival, a resident of Vancouver, and I do oppose this draft budget. It's been so reassuring to hear so many of my colleagues and so many artists calling in to speak to the incredible vibrancy of arts and culture in this city. The recent Canadian Chamber of Commerce report shows that arts and culture punches well above its weight across the entire country, but in particular, BC's sector contributes $24 billion to GDP alone, something that I'm proud of and I know so many of my colleagues are proud of, creating art in the city. In my professional experience, I'm genuinely concerned about the 12% reduction to arts, culture, and community services. We've been told that this cut will not impact granting, but the lack of detailed budget information makes it incredibly difficult for the public to verify this assurance. Additionally, I'm disappointed by comments suggesting that our sector should be happy that grants remain untouched. Since grant funding has not increased in 15 years, as opposed to keeping pace with inflation, arts and culture grants have effectively declined year over year. In the case of the Fringe, that amounts to 40% less funding against increased costs since 2010. All this while increasing costs to event permitting for fellow organizations. But beyond my day job, I am also concerned as a resident. I'm concerned what it means when efficiencies are found at the loss of staff, at the potential loss of the Sustainability and Climate Department, and along with opaque cuts to undefined areas of spending, shows where this council's priorities are. I truly strive to set aside cynicism, even when my political views differ, to recognize that the shared goal of creating a vibrant city is something that we all have in common. But for me, this process has felt consistently like political theater. And so I say, Mayor Sim, respectfully, I encourage you to leave theater to the professionals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 424, Alexander Catoir.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi. My name is Alex Catoir. Me and my partner are young professionals renting in downtown Vancouver, and we strongly oppose this budget. Looking at the proposed budget, I don't feel hopeful about the future of our city. Life here is already difficult and expensive, and instead of offering hope, this budget seems to make things even harder. It cuts into the very things that make a city livable: arts, culture, community programs, and the services that support our most vulnerable residents. When you cut off funding to the arts, you're not just trimming a nice-to-have expense. You're taking away spaces where people connect, create, and feel a sense of belonging. That's what makes a city worth living in. Even more alarming are the cuts related to homelessness and social services. The crisis on our streets is already at a breaking point, and this budget will only make it worse. Cutting into art, culture, or social programs means losing our humanity. Dehumanizing people who are struggling is not governance, it's abandonment. We need more compassion, more housing, and more long-term investment in mental health, not less. All that budget does is benefit the ultra-wealthy of this city. That's about 6% of our local population. This budget basically asks the majority of residents, the 94%, who are already stretched thin, to carry the burden while protecting the wealthiest few. Why don't you task
Did we lose Mr. Couture?
Or 24 is disconnected.
Okay. Speaker number 425, Safdar Raza.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hey, yeah, pardon my breathing. I'm just out for a run to catch the bus to brave the sunshine just a few blocks away from City Hall. I'm also here to speak in strong opposition to this proposed budget as a resident of Vancouver and also as a first responder and healthcare worker in the city. Every day I get to see firsthand how the city's public services and spaces contribute to the well-being of our community, particularly of those who are most vulnerable. The fact that people's health is being put at jeopardy with this budget is very concerning, as are the expected trickle-down effects of these cuts to our already overburdened healthcare system. And it also feels like a slap in the face that this budget is being pushed through, despite the strong opposition from community members in the city's own survey on the topic. And it really calls into question who this council really works for. It certainly doesn't work for me, my friends, or many of the people that I interact with on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 426, Ildi Varga.
Speaker 426 is not present.
427, John Roger Holdstock.
427 not present.
428, Nadine.
Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, especially for stimulating such a wonderful outpouring of speakers. I'm Roger Holdstock, and my wife and I moved here to Vancouver in 1974 from the United States. We chose Vancouver in Canada because we wanted a society with values that place social equality, community, above individual pursuits of wealth. We were attracted by strong public education, community centers, neighborhood houses, parks, universal health care. Now, as we've all heard, Donald Trump has expressed his wish to turn Canada into the 51st state. Very disappointing to me. I don't believe that most Canadians want that, but as we turn to tax cutting as a populist method of gaining support, I fear we are passively becoming the 51st state. I've seen where the tax cutting slide leads, especially in cities. It takes decades to repair what is neglected. I own a house on the west side of Vancouver, fortunate enough to actually own a condo as well off Main Street. That's where we live, right by the Holborn lands where we see acres of land being covered in wood chips to avoid paying tax on them. I see the military equipment that the police now are purchasing in Vancouver, and that really dismays me. It can't be described as anything but a military personnel carrier, enormous big black box that parks often down just off of Yukon near the entrance to the Canby Street Bridge. I urge you to go down and have a look at it and maybe ask how much it costs. I am concerned about the direction that this budget indicates that we are going here in Canada, in Vancouver. And I really urge you to stop and think about it. Do you want to be on that slide? And do you want to simply passively become the 51st state following their examples? Thank you.
Thank you for coming in, John. Speaker number 428, Nadine Bennett.
428 is not on the line.
Speaker number 429, Alita Omega Thomas.
429 is not on the line.
Speaker 430, Denzel John Ash.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello to City Council. My name is Denzel John Asha, a disabled senior on fixed income and member of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. I've been a resident of Vancouver since 1988. I rely on the programs and services which are facing cuts in the budget, and I am pleading with you to consider voting against it. The seniors face isolation. Often queer seniors have been rejected by their families in more homophobic times, have no children, and lost partners and friends during the AIDS crisis. Many lost or were denied good jobs because of prejudice. We rely on city services and programs. These bring us together to meet and gather and ensure we care for each other and critically notice if someone is missing, is ill, or needs help. The celebrations, events, meals, discussion groups form the circle of our social life and let us participate and contribute. These rely on funding, grants to organizations like Community and Community and the neighborhood houses, and on programming directly organized by the Parks Board. They rely on arts and culture grants and the ability to rent space and outdoor space. Even if grants are not reduced, they will result in loss of programs due to inflating costs. Food security for many relies on meals funded under these same grants. My ability to do safe exercises, which for me is swimming, relies on the leisure access pass, which may be cut. The people who this budget favors will still have Christmas dinner, go swimming, do crafts, have leisure, no matter what the budget is. Therefore, I beg you to vote no for us. I am a real person, and these are my realities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 431 is withdrawn. Speaker 432, Evan Gibson.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hey, thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. Thanks to all the other concerned citizens. I think the person that spoke before me, is a good point. You know, we're coming up at Christmas time, and I don't know, it feels like some Ebenezer Scrooge-esque sort of thing going on with this. And there's a speaker, you before me, that was talking about, I don't know, I guess just how this budget sort of reeks of the politics of the United States, which is, disappointing. I don't know, I've lived in Canada my whole life, and, I'm proud to be Canadian. I'm sure other people that haven't lived here their whole lives that have gotten the privilege to move here are proud to be here as well. And I think something that we've always prided ourselves on as Canadians is our humanity and, helping each other out, reaching down to help people up instead of punching down, which is what feels like this budget does. But I guess talking more specifically, I work in construction, and it's an industry that's, I think, third in all industries that produce waste. You can't really go a block without seeing a house that's getting demolished, and all of that material just winds up in the dump. It rots, produce greenhouse gases. You dig a new foundation for a new house that produces soil gases. The embodied carbon for new construction is massive. So I think there's a lot of value in retaining old homes. So I guess specifically just talking to the cuts in, I don't know, I guess like heritage around the city. Sorry, I'm working a double today. I didn't have time to type out a well-worded response. But I think there's a lot of value in character retention and heritage. So I think it's sad to see cuts to heritage grants. It's work that's valuable. That's all I really had to say. I just wanted to strongly oppose this budget as as a working class Canadian, it's hard to stomach. Thanks.
Evan, thank you very much. Speaker 433, Nicole Clues.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nicole Cluse. I'm a longtime resident of so-called Vancouver. I do not like to participate in colonial politics, but I think it's important to speak up today in opposition to the proposed budget, specifically to speak out in opposition to the increase to the Vancouver Police Department budget. This feels like deja vu. This is the third year that I've been attending the City Hall budget meeting. We all know that whatever facts, figures, evidence is presented, that the...
Are you ripping another?
You will, sorry?
I do have two more to rip.
Yeah, go for it. I'll cut trims.
Hello?
Please go ahead.
Oh, sorry, there was some interference there. Anyways, we all know that despite whatever facts, figures are presented, that you will approve the increase to the Vancouver Police Department budget. I remember being there in person 2 years ago on the second day when we were actually allowed to be let up into chambers. And after the public speakers, it took less than 2 minutes for you all to unanimously pass the increase to the VPD budget, despite the fact that not a single member of the public had spoken out in favor of that. I will remind you all, 2 years ago, you received a scientific breakdown as well as evidence yesterday and today as to how it is more cost-effective to invest in means alternative to policing. The VPD has one of the highest police budgets in Canada, a country that continues to overinvest in policing. Since 2022, every single year, the Vancouver Police Department has received a significant increase to their budget, far beyond what is reflective of inflation, despite the fact that almost every other sector is being defunded. Ken Sim and the ABC party falsely reported statistics regarding increasing violent crime in the city. Crime is in fact decreasing and protests are legal. I would like to remind you all that you work for us. We have elected you. We pay your salaries. We have taken time out of our lives and our jobs to show up here today. And the least that you can do is listen to us. Lastly, to Mayor Ken Sim, we all know about your conflict of interest with the Vancouver Police Board and that you hate poor people. Free Palestine.
Okay, that's it. Oh, she got that one in just before she hung up. Okay. Well, we will continue on with... no, well, yeah, not surprised. Okay, Speaker 434, Cameron Stidworthy.
Just before we go on, Councillor Kirby-Young just complained that we are not interjecting when people make critical comments that are, I absolutely acknowledge, way out of line about the majority on council. However, I note that the Mayor is chairing this meeting and is very capable of pulling up people himself, and I would invite him to do so when things are clearly unacceptable.
Well, thank you.
With respect.
Yeah, and also, I also did say if everyone could step up as well. Anyways, we don't have to have this here. We'll just keep driving on. And if anyone wants to impugn any of the councillors, regardless of where they are on the political spectrum, I will catch it as much as I can. So speaker number 434, Cameron Stidworthy, please go ahead.
Speaker 434 is not on the line.
Speaker 435, Candace Baldwin.
Hello, thank you for taking my call. I'm calling from the unceded territory of the Tsleil-Waututh, Stolo, Squamish, and Musqueam First Nation. I wanted to start, I think, with a quote from Audre Lorde, Black activist and feminist, for everybody to hear, which goes, for the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. They may allow us temporarily to beat him at his own game, but they will never enable us to bring about genuine change. And that's a call in to everybody to recognize the humanity in everybody. And, you know, I don't prescribe to name calling or anything like that. So I acknowledge the humanity of everybody on City Council. And in that note, I want to express greater gratitude for the city of Vancouver and how you provided basically life for my child. When she was a year and a half, when babies would come to daycare crying, she would go and cheer them up. She would see people unhoused in the street, maybe ODing, and insist on me giving them money and do it herself. And she continues to chide me when I don't have money to give her people when they ask for it. And it's the city of Vancouver and the funding and the grants in arts and also the LGBT work. So thank you so much, City of Vancouver in particular, Sarah Kirby Young, Peter Meisner, that have provided funding for Black spaces that created a safe haven for my daughter and me, and created such a safe space that my daughter was courageous enough to transition. And, you know, unfortunately with the narrative, there were times where she was suicidal, but it is the city of Vancouver and their funding that helped her through and helped me when I had to not work, be able to work full time to nourish her while she was too scared to leave the house. And that funding and that your work has continued to build resilience in her. And she's building up courage to maybe go to some Pride stuff next year. And we went to the Vancouver Public Library, and she loves architecture. That's a big thing for her. Now, in that lack of transparency with funding, you know, we're all seeing what happens with lack of transparency. Fear begets
Candace,
fear.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I have to
It's okay.
cut you off.
No, I totally
past 3.
respect you.
Okay.
Just please don't cut the funding for my daughter and give her a future, please. Thank you for your time. Bye.
Yeah, thank you. And I hope your daughter remains safe and loved and cared for. Speaker 436, Siobhan McElduff. Or Siobhan?
436 is not present.
Okay. 437, Ginwa Yassin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
My name is Ginwa, and I run Nina Film Festival in Vancouver, and I'm a professional artist, and I work with a lot of artists and support them in the city. Before I go ahead, I want to know first, specifically Councillor Kirby-Young, Klassen and Zhao, and Mayor Sim, are you really going to be listening to me and to the 600 people that are going to be talking?
Sorry.
I need an answer.
Sorry, you cut out.
Because otherwise, I am asking if you are really listening. Otherwise, I would not like to waste my time or yours.
Yeah, we're all listening here.
So I can go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So when we came to you a few months ago, more than 60 artists spoke. We thought you were listening, but I do not think you were listening. We asked for $40,000 increase just for arts organization to be sustainable, among other demands. You pretended to listen, but in fact, you only wasted our time. And even worse, you acted as if you knew better than us about the arts. When we look at this budget, it does not seem informed. It's pretending to be comprehensive. It lacks transparency. If it was informed, there would not be cuts for the arts, because we've laid out the data, we've laid out all the information to you. We told you how dreadful and precarious the arts are today in Vancouver, and cutting budgets for them, you know very well that even if it's not for grants, as you said, as Kirby emphasized, it's for other things. That doesn't mean that it's not going to impact us. What do I need a grant for if I have no space? What do I need a grant for if there's no community services or no commissions from the city? So I really plead this time that you come to us at least to consult with us about what the arts needs before you make decisions on our behalf. It should be us who are making these decisions. Unless, of course, you don't care about the arts, which that's what I'm suspecting here, and or the well-being of the people in the arts. I don't see why, as someone who directs an organization, I can't afford to pay my staff a retreat, a work retreat, or activity that brings the team together, increases their mental health, improves their mental health. Where fire, I'm really happy for fire department to be able to do that for their staff. But at the same time, why don't we too deserve it? You know how much volunteering is involved in the arts. I make less than $1,000 from art, from running the organization. So all the time that I put is volunteering.
And I'm sorry, we're at time. Sorry about that. Okay, speaker 438, Alexia Jean Grand. Alexia on the line?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Alexia Jean-Claude, and I actually came to the meeting yesterday and just want to give a huge thank you to all the council members and your work on this budget. A little bit of background about me. I lived in Asia as a child, but have lived in Vancouver since the age of 7. I'm speaking as someone who grew up in Vancouver, went to McGill University, lived in the UK for a few years, and just came back. And over there I was working in sustainability and innovation, and now I'm very happy to be back in Vancouver. I've worked for the Finance Department in Risk Management and Sustainability at YVR, and I'm a volunteer at the West Coast Environmental Law. I did my master's in sustainable development through business school and through working abroad in London and locally in the private and public sector. I believe that the decision to eliminate or decrease the budget for the city's sustainability and climate department would truly only hurt us economically as a city. And attending the meeting yesterday wasn't extremely clear as to how much of the budget would be cut or what it would look like exactly. But I prepared this in advance, and I hope you can hear what I have to say. So I understand times are tough, and economically there are necessary budget cuts that need to be made, but this decision should not be one of them, as it will only hurt us locally, short and long term. And as someone that would only want to continue to live in Vancouver and see it flourish, there needs to be investments in this area, in my professional opinion. The City of Vancouver is currently spending over $50 million on climate resiliency and disaster relief, and this enormous amount will only increase over time due to climate change and has the potential to contribute to an increase in our property taxes as well. So unless we have a dedicated team or continue to abide by a climate resilient strategy that will save us from impending costs, this decision needs to be made. So the Sustainability and Climate Department is vital to our economic resiliency as a city. And an additional suggestion would be having potentially more sustainability employees included in both finance and business areas, so we can continue to have a climate lens at all levels. And ensuring that these sustainability experts are dispersed and valued at all levels will be necessary, specifically when it comes to economic development, business, and risk. But to reiterate, in my professional opinion and in having Vancouver's best interest in mind, I believe that the Sustainability and Climate Department that protects us and is essential for Vancouver's economic development is vital to our economy in a few ways, through fueling innovation and green industry. And as we saw in the presentation yesterday that had a focus on resiliency for a city or overall. This includes strengthening short-term and long-term climate stability.
And I'm sorry, we're at time. Thank you. Thank you very much for calling in. So speaker number 439 and 440 have withdrawn. Speaker number 441, Sian Lanigan.
441 is not on the line.
442, Mary Jane Cobb.
442 is not on the line.
443, Atia Jaffer.
Hello. My name is Atia Jaffer. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm a mother of a 3-year-old. I'm extremely concerned about the future of the city. The proposed budget, which strives to cut $120 million, largely in social, cultural, and environmental programs, is a devastating blow to families like mine. This is already an impossible city in which to raise a family. Like so many people in the city, I have no housing security. I was evicted 4 years ago when I was pregnant. Now I face eviction once again as my landlord seeks to turn our family home into a luxury condo on the Broadway corridor to sell for millions. Everyone I know who has a child in the last 5 years has found it impossible to access childcare in the city. I have to commute a long distance to a different city in the Lower Mainland to take my child to daycare. Junie, I'll be with you in just a minute, okay? I'm just on the phone. Speaking of having difficult access to childcare. And I know that so many others have to do the same as me, to commute to a different place, a different city altogether to access childcare. We desperately need to fund social and public housing. We need to fund and expand childcare. We need social programs more than ever. And we are facing a climate emergency that is only worsening. We can't afford another tragedy like the heat dome, and we urgently need the city to do its part to work with all levels of government to protect us from the climate emergency by ensuring that there are protections for people in the city. There's disaster response, and there's also enough measures to do our fair share to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and our contributions to the global climate emergency. Slowly, the city we love has become one that only billionaires and corporations can enjoy, and this is unacceptable. I reject this austerity agenda, and I demand a clear plan to protect the services, programs, and jobs that residents and families like mine rely on, to guarantee against hidden user fees elsewhere that will impact those struggling most with the cost of living, and commitment to transparency, identifying what will be cut before voting on the budget. We cannot operate in this way in the dark, keeping residents just completely in the dark about what is happening in their own city with our own tax dollars. So in conclusion, tax the rich, fund the programs that we need, fund climate action, and ensure that the future in the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 444, Logan McIntosh. Is Logan there?
Not on the line.
Or was that a no?
444 is not on the line.
Okay. 445 has withdrawn. 446, Boana Hyatt.
446 is not on the line.
447, Michael Schwartz.
447 is not on the line.
448, Francis Jones.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello, Council. My name is Frances Jones, and I'm calling as a resident and a homeowner in the City of Vancouver, the city which I've called my home for the past 13 years. I'm calling to strongly oppose the proposed 2026 budget. I'm disappointed that property taxes are being frozen, and even more disappointed that the limited funding we do have is being directed towards further increases to the police budget. All departments like the arts and the climate and sustainability departments are being cut, or are facing cuts. Today I want to focus on the sustainability and climate adaptation departments, as they're what I'm most passionate about. I chose to move to Vancouver because of its proximity to incredible nature and because it was a leader in climate action and sustainability. I chose to live and buy a home in one of the most expensive cities in the world precisely because it was a progressive and climate-forward city. That is why I chose Vancouver over other cities in Canada. If Vancouver is no longer going to lead on climate, it makes me question that decision. But I also believe that Vancouver will be a climate leader again. Once ABC is out of office, this work will have to be rebuilt. If you dissolve these departments now, all you will really be losing is the talented people who have been doing this work, and it will be slower and more expensive to rebuild later on. I also want to speak to the police budget. I have lived here while that budget has ballooned, almost doubling over the last decade. In that time, I have not experienced a noticeable improvement in safety or quality of life related to crime. I live close to the downtown east side, and during this period, drug-related deaths and homelessness have continued to worsen, and that will continue to drive crime and instability in my neighborhood, regardless of how much we spend on policing. What has improved my quality of life are investments in climate and mobility, the expansion of bike infrastructure, which is how I get to work safely, the availability of Lime e-scooters, which are a great low-carbon way to get around, cleaner air because the city has pushed for EV adoption, and heat pump rebates, which matter a lot to me as I don't have air conditioning and none of us has forgotten the 2021 heat dome. These are the kind of investments that actually make residents safer and more resilient. So I'm asking Council to reconsider the 2026 budget, protect the climate and climate adaptation departments, and maintain Vancouver's status as a leader in climate policy. I am more than willing to pay higher property taxes to maintain and strengthen these services. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker 449, Shirley CO. Okay. I did ask if she could speak. Is that going to be a problem? Can we just extend, since I called her, just time for one more speaker? Is that okay? Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Any discussion? Great. All in favor of just hearing the last speaker, say aye. All those opposed, say nay. Great. We'll hear the last speaker, Shirley CO, if Shirley's there.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shirley, and thank you for having me here today and speak. I stand before you today in strong support of this year's budget, a budget that holds the line at 0% tax increase, a budget that puts people first and proves that responsible leadership isn't about spending more, but about to spend wisely. At a time when families are cutting back, when groceries, gas, and rent stretch every paycheck to its limits, it's reassuring to see our local government take a stand and say, we can do better with what we have. Across the city, we see the effects of inflation everywhere. Restaurants that once filled our neighborhoods with laughter and light are now shuttering. Small businesses, the heart of our communities, are closing the doors because they can't keep up with rising costs. Even large companies are downsizing or bankrupted, leaving families uncertain about their future. Parents are working full jobs and taking inside jobs just to maintain the basic. And many of them telling their kids, maybe next year, when they're asking for simple things, a family trip, a birthday party, or a new pair of skates. Families are forced moving out from their own inherited home because they can't afford the property tax anymore. This budget gives our people a much-needed moment to breathe, a chance to regain stability and move forward without being asked to give more when they're already giving all they can. This budget reflects both compassion and discipline. It continues to invest in the heart of our city, our roads, parks, community centers, libraries, police, fire services, and the arts, the very element that once made Vancouver one of the best places to live. A city that should remain not the most expensive in property tax, but the most inspiring, livable, and lovable home for its people. This council has proven it can be both compassionate and careful, showing that protecting our core services and safeguarding taxpayers' wallet can go hand in hand. We're already seeing the impact. Crime is declining, the economy is recovering, and our neighborhoods are thriving with more schools for children, more facilities that support employment and daily life, and communities are cleaner, safer, and stronger. We live in uncertain times around the world. Governments are being tested on how to manage limited resources, and today, this council has the opportunity to lead, to show what good governance looks like, focused, efficient, and forward-thinking. So let's continue moving in this direction, supporting a budget built on focus, efficiency, responsibility, and compassion. A budget that proves real progress that doesn't have to come with a higher price. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much for calling in. Okay, may we have a motion to recess until next Tuesday, November the 18th at 3 p.m.? Yeah. I'm just going to read the script. All right. So, Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Orr. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. This meeting is recessed. Thank you, everyone.